네, 여러분 안녕하세요. 뉴스 읽어주는 여자입니다. 오늘도 이렇게 다시 라이브를 켰습니다. 지금 한국 시간으로 10시 32분이고요. 일단 장시장 한 시간 남았어요. 네, 주원씨 안녕하세요. 네, 반갑습니다.
안녕하세요. 제가 반갑다고 제가 그러네요. 지금 뉴스님, 시장님이 지금 인사하는 것보다요. 인사하는 멘트보다는, 지금 장을 빨리 말씀드려야 될 것 같아요. 제가 말씀드렸던 이번 주 빅이벤트, 가을 이장님께서 금리 인하전 인플레이션보다 확실히 필요하다. 올해 목표는 금리 인하가 적절한 지금은 아니다. 경기 전망이 아직 불확실하다라고 말을 하고 있는 중인데요. 그랬더니 마스닥이 저희가 오늘 사실은 미스님에도 따질 거리 좀 했어요. 따질 거리 좀 하다가 지금 매매 타임 놓쳐갖고 삐지겠습니다. 매도 타임을 못 놓쳤고 아까 상승은 무조건 매도다고 매도 잠깐 털라면도 놓쳤는데 개인적으로는 약간의 상승점 때는 떨어졌을 때 또 론을 잡는 게 좋으니까 기다려보겠습니다. 미스님 말씀해주세요.
네, 그러니까요. 왜 다른 짓을 하니까 진짜 좀 괜찮은 타이밍이었는데 뭐 아무튼 괜찮아요. 더 다른 기회가 분명히 있을 겁니다. 오늘 지금 아마 발표 때문에 그쵸, 캐나다에서 4분기 노동 생산성 발표가 있었는데 이것 때문에 확 떨어지지 않을까 싶네요. 그래도 전체적으로 봤을 때 낮에는 너무 이상하게 잠잠했잖아요. 엄청 변동성 없고 이거 뭐지 싶었는데 그래도 뭐 역시 나스닥처럼 나스닥답게 지금 계속 올라가고 있었는데 근데 갑자기 떨어져 버렸죠. 아무튼 오케이, 일단 뭐 매매 타이밍을 조금 더 지켜봐야 될 것 같은데 그럼 우리가 일단 보기 전에 매매를 들어가기 전에 시장 상황 그리고 발표 뭐 일정 같은 거 있으면 좀 알아봐야 되겠죠? 그럼 주한 씨 좀 알려주세요.
네. 일단 아까 낮에도 말씀드렸던 22시 15분에 미국 2월 ADP 비농업 취업자 수 비농업 취업자 수가 중요하죠. 농업하시는 분들, 비농업하시는 분들이니까요. 이전에 107K, 예상이 150K 좀 늘어났다고 생각을 했었어요. 근데 그거보단 좀 밑에 140K 나왔고요. 계속 말씀드리지만 연준 파월 의장의 발표 지금 계속 나되고 있는데 아직 끔찍한 중입니다. 이것 때문에 장이 좀 왔다 갔다 하고 있어요. 물론 우리가 늦었지만 좀 기다렸다 가는 걸로 가고요. 경제지표 파월 의장의 이 하원 천만에도 공개할 수 있습니다. 이거 되게 중요해요. 대표님 오늘은 저희가 정보 전달 부침을 하지만 네, 반갑습니다. 네, 반갑습니다. 여러분들 반가워요. 네, 그런 상황이고요. 그런데 뭐 잠시 잘 말씀드리자면 지금 지금 주식은 마이크로소프트 0.73% 상승 중이고요. 애플 오랜만에 상승이네요. 0.61% 상승 중이고요. 구글 상승 중이고요. 메타 1.22% 상승. 엔비디아 징계비 엔비디아 1.09% 상승 중. 아마존 0.7% 상승 중. 그러니까 장이 바로 반등하죠. 바로 반등합니다. 바로 반등하고 있고요. 나스닥 30 발표 때 약간 매도 숏 잠깐 맞다가 지금 올라오는 지금 달러 인덱스 103.5까지 여기까지 잠깐 떨어지고 있고요. 5일 9분씩 상승을 보였습니다. 10년물 채권, 2년물 채권 고자리에서 멈춰 있고요. 비트코인 조금 전에 또 하방을 맞았죠. 제가 말씀드렸지만 이게 어떻게 될지 모르겠는데 저는 좀 인생의 시옷이나 2번 놓치고 있는데요. 뭐 그러고 있고요. 골드 가격은 끝까지 올라가다가 2,142에서 약간 조정받고 있는 분위기. 장이 다이내믹하게 움직이네요. 재밌네요. 그런 상황인 것 같습니다. 현재는요. 네네.
아, 네. 근데 사실 우리가 안 들어갔다는 건 오히려 괜찮지 않을까요? 왜냐면 지금 너무 좀 와리가리한 상태라서 확 떨어졌는데, 근데 왠지 또 올라갈 것 같은데, 오히려 매도보다는 매수 잡아야 될 것 같은데, 아, 참, 아직은 잘 모르겠네요. 좀 조금 더 봐야 될 것 같은데, 음, 얘 뭐지? 왜 다시 올라가네? 아무튼 지금 이런 상황이고요. 그리고 역시 오늘도 보니까 다 빨간색이네요. 야, 진짜 마이크로소프트, 구글, 애플, 메타, 애도비 다 빨간색이고 아마존도 그렇고. 근데 혹시 역시 엔비디아는 엔비디아는 훌륭합니다. 이런 상황에서 지금 플러스 0.85% 가고 있습니다. 참 대단하네요. 참 차트가 참 애매하네요. 아무튼 조원 씨 아직까진 좀 봐야 될 것 같죠? 그쵸? 지금 약간 좀 기싸움 하는 것 같은데, 음, 지금 들어가기엔 좀 그런 별로 좋은 상황이 아닌 것 같아요.
뉴스님 말씀 맞긴 한데요. 저희가 수익적 투자자잖아요. 근데 요즘에 모습이 저희가 너무 안 좋으니까 너무 수익을 지키려고 그래. 그러니까 좀 과도한 플레이가 필요하다고 생각합니다. 개인적으로는. 근데 지금 한 5분만 지켜보시죠. 제가 봤을 때는 그런 것 같습니다. 느낌상 일단 12시가 되게 중요해요. 지금 상황이 아직 장 시작 때 중요. 12시 중요한 것 같아요. 한번 보시죠. 일단은 비트코인 다시 어 하락 하락은 용돈 4,500원 밑으로 거의 하락 이미 3,000불, 4,000불짜리 맞고 3,000불 이상짜리네요. 맞고 다시 또서 감고 있는데 재밌네요. 근데 아까 좀 전에도 말씀드렸지만 미스님 그게 있어요. 지금 뭐 완벽한 상승장이라고 말할 수는 없지만 상승 조금의 상승장에는 론이 유리합니다. 왜냐하면 론은 길고 15승 짧아요. 왜냐하면 모두가 삼성한다고 생각해 매수세가 붙었기 때문에 그렇죠. 지금 저희가 그래요. 그래서 저희가 자꾸 매도를 따면 지점을 잘못 잡으면 그렇게 강하게 먹지를 못하는 거죠. 그러니 오늘은 좀 길고 큰 수익을 봐야 될 거 아닙니까? 그러니 좀 기다렸다가 오늘도 리스님의 처분 어떠신가요?
참 애매하네요. 사실 낮에는 아예 몰랐는데, 왜냐면 여기 때쯤 진짜 아무 예측할 수 없어요. 그냥 감은 아무 감 없어요. 근데 오늘 왠지 제 신기로 물어보면 한 매수로 가야 될 것 같은데, 왠지 또 올라갈 것 같은데, 근데 이거는 제 개인적인 생각이고요. 절대 제 말 따르시면 안 돼요. 절대로. 큰일 나요. 왜냐면 제가 제 감을 이렇게 믿고 있다가 뭐 예를 들어 매도로 들어가는데, 근데 완전 아니었어요. 완전 나가리. 어, 브라보유님 시환 정보 감사합니다. 우리도 감사합니다. 여러분들 이렇게 우리 방송 시청해 주셔서 우리가 너무 감사하고, 그리고 항상 좋아요, 구독 눌러주시면 좋겠습니다. 아무튼 제 생각은 오늘 매도입니다. 매도래. 매도 입에 쫙 붙어요. 매수.
정신 못 차리시는군요. 정신 못 차려. 제가 이런 여자분들은 지금 같이 매매를 해야 되나요? 더 그래요. 참치 여러분. 깊게 생각해야 되는 상황이에요. 이 형님. 야, 저거 멋있어. 멋있어, 멋있어. 인생 뭐 있나요? 롱을 한번 가시죠. 다 보냈습니다. 기다려주세요. 그리고 청취자 여러분, 이번 주가 지나면 다음 주부터는 미국 썸머타임으로 저희 장 개장 시간이 벌써 시작하는 거예요. 다음 주에는 한국 시간 10시반에 시작입니다. 그때부터가 저희 본 리그죠. 그때부터 메이저리그의 시작입니다. 그때부터 더 잘해야 되니까 또 많은 공부 서로 같이 다 도와줬으면 하고요. 잠시 또 여기서 좀 약간 변화가 잠시 있었던 거는 달러 인덱스가 뭐 떨어지고 있네요. 그러면서 조금 아까 용님이 말씀하셨던 롱포지션 시작이 되네요. 시작이 돼요. 하고 16물 찍고 2년물 찍고는 아직 올라가서도 그대로고요. 비트코인 살짝 하방 또 맞고 있네요. 기술적 분석으로 이게 상급 수준으로 다음의 과정이 나올 수 있는데 글쎄요. 저는 일단은 완벽한 상승장은 아니지만 상승장에서의 지금까지 여러 가지 패턴을 보면 항상 말도 안 되는 원래 지속이 될 때가 많거든요. 그 부분 위험해서 한번 해보시고요. 탤런티오에서 1.7억 단합 1.78억 달러 미국에 수주했다고 하고요. 뭐 SNC에서 뭐 SNC의 목표가 뭐 1,350원 했는데 뭐 잘 모르겠네. 저도 잘 무슨 말인지 모르겠습니다. 모르겠고요. 카드가 말이 하나 있어요. 뭐가 있었냐면 서울대학의 경기 전망 저한테 불확실하다고 말씀하시네요. 그것 때문에 다시 또 하반이 오고요. 좀 아까 22시 27분에 영국 헌트장관의 영국 내 가스, 전염가스, 현대세 1년 동안 연장하겠다. 참아주는 거죠. 그다음에 22시 21분에 사우디 아람코 버가스 미국 LNG 프로젝트 투자 논의 그런 겁니다. 그다음에 22시 17분에 미국 당국과 노력선도 반도체 기술 적발 제가 접근하네요. 중국도 계속 나네요. 좀 중국에도 안 좋은 내용이네요. 이건 어쩔 수 없죠. 저희가 어떻게 할 수 있는 문제가 아니니까. 연해 심각한 변수가 둘러는 미국 대선인데요. 물론 트럼프 전 대통령과 지금 바이든 대통령의 거의 경쟁이 확실해지는데 그것도 우리의 경제 시장에 어떻게 될지 구경해야 되는 상황 같습니다.
아무리 봐도 요즘 참 무서운 시기네요. 주식 상황도 그렇고 그냥 뉴스 보면서 참 모든 큰 사건 곧 발생하지 않을까 이런 생각이고요. 아무튼 여러분 이럴 때는 항상 조심하시고 매매하실 때 너무 오버하시면 안 돼요. 아시죠? 해외 선물 좀 중독성이 있긴 하는데 근데 그만큼 위험한 거죠. 그리고 좀 조심스럽게 해야 됩니다. 우리도 조심스럽게 하고 싶은데 조심스럽게 하고 싶은데 항상 할 수는 없죠. 왜냐면 가끔 우리도 좀 욕심이 많아서 욕심 가끔 부리기도 하고 그리고 타이밍 괜찮다 싶으면 들어가는데 근데 생각해 보니까 완전 나가리 됐어. 나가리 될 수도 있으니까 여러분 항상 조심하시고 이렇게 하시면 됩니다.
네, 청취자 여러분들 분위기 좋아요. 분위기 무너지고 있네요. 브라보 윤님 탑승합니다. 같이 가주시란 얘기죠. 네. 형님, 같이 다들 들러라로 거기 가시네요. 한번 달려보시죠, 오늘. 그러고 보면 다 노래가요. 자, 이런 타이밍에 우리 청취자분들의 분위기를 타고 저희 며칠만 로 들어갑니다.
아, 우리가 들어가나요? 아, 오케이. 네. 네, 우리도 들어갔네요. 어, 일단은 오케이. 매수로 들어가는데 바로 아마 괜찮은 포지션을 잡은 것 같은데요.
이 뉴스님,
어,
뉴스님 청취자 여러분들 다 좋아하고 하자는데 믿고 가야죠. 주가가 나쁘다고는 롱입니다. 다 보시죠. 미쳐보시죠 한번. 자, 카메라로 미사일 발사.
아우, 피곤한 스타일 진짜. 아우, 진짜 시청자 여러분, 전 이런 사람이랑 지금 같이 작업하고 있어요. 진짜. 아, 우리 서로를 뭐 톰과 제리 같은데 참 많이 힘드네요. 많이 힘든데 그래도 시청자분들 위해서 이렇게 콘텐츠로 이렇게 괜찮지 않을까 싶네요. 아무튼 지금 말하는 순간에 갑자기 좀 떨어지네요. 좀 더 지켜봐야 될 것 같은데 아무튼 일단 그냥 들어가고 좀 포지션을 유지하면서 시장을 좀 분석해야 될 것 같습니다.
뉴스님, 잠시 우리가 한 20분간 걸렸잖아요. 지금 정신없죠. 뜨겁잖아요. 잠시 아이스 아메리카노 한잔 하시고 다시 또 정치자분들과 인사드려. 정치자분들 한ten 다 모두 다 쉬십시오. 다 아이스 한 잔씩 하십시오. 잠시 정리를 쉬고 다시 말씀드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 여러분 아무리 지금 10시 45분이지만 그래도 오늘 새벽까지 가야 되잖아요. 그러니까 커피 마시고 우리도 가고 커피 마시고 다시 돌아오겠습니다. 잠시만 기다려 주세요.
Celebrating the good old days, just around the table. The days when Steve Rashuda had to go down to Washington, D.C. to watch the test of me himself because there was no internet.
Go to the public records.
I was saying I heard some great stories about that. I remember covering the ECB and the old Bundesbank reporters talking about how they used to go to the decision and then run to the payphone. Gen Z's watching thinking like, what are they talking about?
What is a payphone?
What? Payphones? Under surveillance this morning, Chair Powell, day one.
We've gotten strong data, but we want to look at things not just 1 month, but we want to look at them more holistically. And so I think what you're seeing inflation that has come down a lot. Core PCE and headline PCE both have 2 handles on them as it relates to the year-over-year rates. I mean, that is a lot of progress from just a year ago. What I'm watching for is the risk that they're re-accelerating. And right now, I still see that risk of re-acceleration as fairly low.
Here's the latest. Powell set to speak in just over an hour in front of the House Financial Services Committee. The Fed chair saying in prepared remarks, quote, we believe that our policy rate is likely at its peak for the tightening cycle. If the economy evolves broadly as expected, it will likely be appropriate to begin dialing back policy restraint at some point this year. The economic outlook is uncertain and ongoing progress towards our 2% inflation objective is not assured. Steve Rashuda is here with us around the table for more. Steve, we won't talk about the good old days. We'll talk about the next couple of hours down on Capitol Hill. What are you expecting from the Fed chair?
He's going to walk the fine line. He knows what he's doing. He's capable questions that they want us to answer before they go into their deliberations. So everyone knows and is waiting for that. Everyone's waiting for a period of employment. So this is kind of like responding to old news. It's a little bit like the JOLTS data. You know, it's January JOLTS. We know the labor market was tight in January, so the probability of the JOLTS data for January will be high. I don't think you're going to get that until you get closer and closer to the results. To be honest with you, the period we're in right now, kind of reminds me of the Let me just put it to you that way. I think they want to cut rates. They really are uncomfortable with rates being above 5%. But I don't think they're in a rush to do it. And I don't think the economy is going to give them the excuse to do it. So I think you wind up in an environment where we will probably spend all year pushing out the rate cuts. All year pushing out the rate cuts. But you're always going to promise them to.
You think we'll end up with what? You think we'll end up with none?
For this year, that's our goal. We have them priced in. I have priced in because I don't know when they can start. And if I don't know when they can start, how can I figure out how many we put in? Because the data's just not there.
Interesting. Tim Torsten Slot of Apollo. That's with Stephen Schiller.
Cares. What will it take to sort of care in terms of level? In other words, what level do you see it jumping to?
Well, I mean, if you look at where real yields should be in an environment of a 1.9 trillion structural deficit, as opposed to $6 trillion, let's say round it to $2 trillion, you're looking at real yields at 8%. So, I mean, eventually I think there will be that step. Right now, the biggest risk that the market faces is the market thinks eventually that 2% isn't really the real target. Maybe they're willing to accept 2.5%. And if they want to accept 2.5%, that's what you buy now. Now again, the full market is seeking from the long end, the outlook from the front end is not because the other business stay high.
Take on this conversation with your fans as well. Let's see. Stephen Schiller from zero looking for millions in 2024. Here's your tomorrow. The line looks like this. Have you read any research? Christina Cameron of Invesco, brilliant, legendary, Howard Marks of Oaktree, and Bank for America's Michael Gapin. That's tomorrow. Chairman Powell coming later this morning from New York City. This was Bloomberg Surveillance.
With the debt break. The debt break is really a good ally.
I think today was a cause, not a panic actually. We live this morning technologies on the up. Try to try to save the day along with the video. Come down to the open. Coming up, Jake House, the message. Churn heading for capital. Gain muted move the markets. KG signals rate cuts are on the way. And behaving outside and setting up another buying presidential election. We begin with a big issue, Chair Powell, singing the same old song. How sort of right down the road, exactly what you said, there's no reason to break new ground relative to what you said at the last presser. So I love to hear this really sort of engaging and, sort of rip-roaring conversation about how it may be, but we have to stress. No reason to break new ground. Mike McKee is with me. I'll reiterate, of course, Mike, good to see you back. This is more confidence. That's critical, though. If you don't have the confidence to cut just yet, Mike McKee. Good morning, man. I was expecting you to break in the song at the top of the show. We all know the words. Jake Powell is speaking from the game today. The press conferences, defense statement, it's all the same thing. We believe that our policy rate is likely at the peak in the tightening cycle. The economy evolves broadly as expected. It will likely be.
This is Dennis G, and you're listening to
This year, but he doesn't say when that point is, and he warns that the economic outlook is uncertain and ongoing progress towards our 2% inflation objective is not assured. So, the bad news for everybody on the trading desk, you're going to have to watch the whole hearing because something may come up in Q&A about timing. There will also likely be questions about the budget deficit, whose fault is it, how could they fix it? We'll dodge those questions. New banking regulations and capital requirements for banks. That's a better one for Republicans, and they'll probably leave up a little bit over that. They haven't released those proposals yet. But what we do know about it is that it represents an increase in expenses for banks that they don't like. And then what's the story with the balance sheet? Doesn't talk about it in the statement. The Fed is losing money on its balance sheet right now, not officially, but essentially in an accounting sense. So that may be a concern of some of the members here. They'll probably menace all right behind you that the economy is in pretty good shape, even if they're not getting an answer. The rate cuts are coming right away. Certainly the markets did not change their views. You can see May, June, July there, almost no change in Fed funds futures for the speech in the speech aftermath. So at this point, we're all still on hold. Everybody's got to watch the hearing to see if anything changes. No reason to break new ground here. Mike, very much so. See the narrative shows. Let's begin and continue that conversation. Bob Elliott's on the Bianco research
fast forward, we're basically, 9 months later, 6 to 9 months later, and asset prices are reaching even higher levels, or even more we're seeing actually cyclical upticks in areas like manufacturing, global exports, etc. And so in order to get that slowing, at this point, we probably need to move yields back up to the 5 or even higher in order to slow the economy.
Well, you're sort of trying to give people a little bit of a heart attack here, Jim. Come on, join this. What there is, well, I mean, I say that if markets could we test 5%, Jim, in terms of the yield pump if this inflation remains sticky. Have a look at 5-year break-evens, gentlemen, and to our audience as well. Have a look at 5-year break-evens because that's where the sticking point is for a lot of swaps traders. Break-evens are perhaps underpinning Bob's hope that we will retest higher ground in yield. Jim.
Yeah, I agree. I think that we are going to do that. And I think that when rates go up, I agree with Bob, that the equity market and the risk markets will have indigestion. Now, one of the reasons that they don't have indigestion now, because you can argue we've gone from 380 on the 10-year note to about 420, is because what just happened in the next hour. So Chairman Powell says, I will cut rates later this year. And the stock market says, okay, I'm not going to quibble about March or May or June. He says he's going to cut rates, start pricing it in. In 16 of the last 18 weeks, the stock market has been higher on this underpinning that we're going to see a rate cut. And we're going to see the competition from interest rates from that. Because I think one of the problems the stock market has with interest rates is the long-term perspective.
네, 안녕하세요, 카지노님. 강의는 아니고요. 저희가 이제 잠시 조금 전에 말씀을 다 드리고, 드리고 잠시 매매를 들어가서 잠시 쉬었다가요. 이제 지금 아직 장을 보고 있는 중입니다. 조금 전에, 아이고, 반갑습니다, 카지노님. 예, 감사드리고요. 지금 조금 전에 말씀드렸다시피 파워 연준이장 끝나고 조금 나스닥이 상승 곡선으로 돌아섰어요. 지금 상황에 조금 집중해서 봐야 되는 타이밍이고요. 지금 저희는 매수 포지션 들어가서 아까 우리 청취자분들의 힘에 입어서 매수 포지션 들어가서 수익을 지금 나고 있는 중이고요. 지금 좀 있다가 또 나와 있는 기다리고 있는 오늘은 12시에 예정돼 있는 ISM 서비스 PMI 하고 그다음에 좀 이따 평으로 창문회가 있어요. 이게 창방이 중요합니다. 나의 부인이 기쁘고서 채용 근무가 있고요. 요거를 조금 기다려야 되는 타이밍인데요. 그 전에 장 시작 때 하연 이대로 상승하다가 흡일 하다 할지 좀 봐야 될 상황 같습니다.
근데 조원 씨, 다행히 우리가 역시 제 생각대로 매수 맞았고, 뭐 아직까지는 매수 맞았고, 그리고 우리가 지금 수익을 보는 중이고요. 한 10만 원을 좀 먹었는데, 그리고 지금 나스닥이 계속 올라가고 있는 상황입니다. 뭐 물론 장시장 열고 나서 좀 상황이 달라질 수 있는데, 아직까지는 괜찮은 것 같습니다. 그리고 장시장 지금 20분 전이고요. 조금 뭐 제 생각엔 조금 약간 에피타이저로 조금 먹으면서 상황을 보면서 그리고 장시장 전에 좀 나가야 되지 않을까 싶네요. 뭐 물론 상황을 좀 더 봐야 될 것 같습니다. 제 생각은 그래요.
I mean, this was quite a gripping narrative this morning on Bloomberg, which is, I get it, it's weaponized FOMO. If you're not in, and I'm not in on Nvidia, I'm not in on
근데 지금 좀 불안하긴 하는데, 물론 파도처럼 이렇게 왔다가 와리가리 할 수 있는데, 그래도 아직 수익을 보는 중이라서 괜찮아요. 나가리 되면 그때 제
지금 언제 어떻게 말라갈지 모르죠. 지금 또 그렇게 되고 있죠. 항상 입절도 안 했네요. 저 청취자분들이 우리 힘으로 포지션 들어갔다 너무 기분이 좋아가지고 그냥 있었어요. 청취자분들의 기도 한번 믿어봐야 되지 않을까요, 미스님?
예, 알겠습니다. 그래도 사실 저는 제 감을 믿어서 이렇게 들어왔습니다. 어, 근데 사실 잘 모르겠네요. 예, 요즘 나스닥이 워낙 너무 위험하다 보니까 지금 한 18,087원이고요. 그리고 사실 더 올라갈 수 있을 것 같아요. 그러니까 오늘도 아마 시장이 열고 나서 한 좀 확 벌어지고 그리고 계속 올라갈 것 같은데 저는 이렇게 생각하고 있습니다. 뭐 물론 여러분 아시죠? 이거 제 개인적인 생각이고요. 절대 제 생각을 따라하시면 안 됩니다. 저는 완전 초보자고 전 그냥 매매를 감으로 하는 사람이고 뭐 물론 주원 씨 말을 좀 듣는 게 좋아요. 왜냐면 주원 씨 조금만 아니고 많이 공부 많이 해야 했고 정보를 많이 알기 때문에 주원 씨 말을 좀 들어도 되는데 저는 그냥 저 그냥 감으로 감으로 하기 때문에 좀 제 말을 따르면 위험할 수 있습니다. 나중에 이런 댓글 하지 마세요. 뭐 뉴스님 때문에 매도로 들어가는데 나가리 뗐어요. 어떻게 하시려고요? 이런 댓글 안 안 하시면 좋겠습니다. 네, 그리고 여러분 보니까 지금 시청자분들 좀 많아가지고 그럴 때는 무조건 필수적으로 얘기해야 될 말이 있습니다. 좋아요, 구독, 알람 설정 눌러주시면 좋겠습니다. 그리고 항상 우리 방송을 시청해주셔서 너무 감사합니다.
예, 청취자 여러분들, 이스님이 내려오시죠? 무슨 남의 줬나? 갑자기 왜 저한테 제가 좀 잘 할 수 있는 사람이라고 제 말을 좀 더 청취해준다고 저런 말씀하시네요? 맨날 나한테 물어내라, 말열이다, 맨날 말했다, 때리고, 이러신 분이 이러시죠? 왜 저러실까? 이상하네요. 사연을 알아보니까 이상하신다던데. 하여튼, 장시작 16분 전이고요. 장시작 16분 전이고요. 일단, 아직은 매수 포지션 유지하고 있는데요. 자, 오늘의 빅 이벤트 12시에 예정돼 있는 연준 제롬 파월 의장의 청문회 과연 어떤 식으로 발표를 할지 저는 사실은 약간의 논문을 생각하고 있어요. 이유는 아무래도 바이든이 대선에서 이기려고 하면 지열 사격을 해야 되겠죠. 그게 참 아이러니가 문제가 있는데 애매합니다 사실은. 자, 지켜보시죠. 자, 오늘 청취자 여러분들이 다 좋습니다. 리스님은 좀 이상한데 이해해주세요. 항상 왔다 갔다 하세요.
뭐 저는 시청자분들한테 도움을 주려고 이렇게 주원 씨 말을 들어주세요 하고 근데 실제로 저는 주원 씨 말을 듣지 않습니다. 저 이 사람은 이제 못 믿어요. 그로스콧 한번 당해가지고 누구 때문에 그 이후로 믿지 않습니다. 아무튼 그리고 여러분 지금 뉴스에 나오는 정보 따르면 지금 나스닥이 1.65% 떨어지고 있습니다. 뭐 차트 보면서도 맞는 정보 같기도 하고 아무튼 지금 찬시장 전에는 보니까 약간 기싸움 하는 것 같은데 과연 매수 포지션을 유지하는 거 맞는지는 잘 모르겠네요. 사실 일단은 그냥 가보시죠. 왜냐면 일단 제 감을 믿고 싶어가지고 왜냐면 또 그 전시장 열고 나서 확 올라갈 수 있으니까 지금 타이밍이 좀 우리가 들어간 타이밍이 좀 괜찮은 것 같은데요. 우리가 여태쯤 들어가는데 여태쯤 들어가는데 지금 전체적으로 봤을 때 좀 올라가고 있습니다. 왠지 그대로 위로 갈 것 같습니다.
Biden versus Trump rematch. It's all but set. Nikki Haley is speaking at the top of the hour where she's expected to suspend her presidential.
영인영님, 네, 오늘 뉴스님 좀 이상해요.
With Donald Trump dominating
부드러운 촉해.
other 14
영희님, 들어오세요. 저한테 맞아야 될 것 같습니다. 전
자, 청취자 여러분들 보셨죠? 저렇게 좋아하는 미스님. 자, 우리의 당장이신 미스님. 잊지 마시죠.
뭐 저는 여자다 보니까 이런 변동성이 있을 수밖에 없잖아요. 그냥 이해해 주세요. 그리고 뭐 몸에서 멍이 생기면 뭐 어쩔 수 없고 그냥 참으시면 됩니다. 그쵸, 주원 씨?
네, 그래도 하면서 그래도 우리 뉴스님이 때리기도 하고 좀 안 좋긴 하는데요. 생각보다 괜찮은 사람입니다. 실제로 보면 생각보다 괜찮아요. 생각보다 괜찮은 있는 사람이니까요. 믿어주시고 자 잠시 전 12분 전인데요. 계속 상방으로 계속 가고 있어요. 계속 상방입니다. 지금 S&P 500도 상방이고 다 상방이에요. 비트코인도 상방, 다 상방이에요 지금. 달러 인덱스만 떨어졌고 10년물 채권, 2년물 채권 그대로고 골드 가격 또 사상 최고가 돌파해서 가고 있고요. 변화가 있다면 엔비디아의 플러스가 커지고 있어요. 플러스 2.39%고요. ABGO의 플러스 3.3%, 메타도 플러스, 애플도 오늘은 오랜만에 플러스 0.7% 유지하고 있고요. 마이크로소프트 0.47%, 아마존 0.88%, 테슬라는 아직 마이너스인데요. 과연 이대로 10회로도 유지될지 상당히 궁금합니다. 이대로 유지되면 제가 봤을 때 강한 롱이 나올 겁니다. 한번 기대해보시고 다들 힘내시죠. 파이팅입니다.
네, 여러분 화이팅 하시고 지금 전시장 10분 전이고요. 참 무섭기도 하고 기대도 됩니다. 왜냐면 제가 좀 어떻게 제 예측이 어떻게 되는지 좀 궁금해가지고 과연 오늘 매수 맞았는지 아닌지 좀 궁금해가지고 계속 기다리고 있습니다. 네, 여러분들 뭐 혹시 지금 매매하시면 어떻게 무슨 포지션을 지금 하시는지 알려주시면 감사하겠습니다. 같이 하면서 이렇게 방송도 하면서 재밌지 않을까 싶네요. 아무튼 전체적으로 봤을 때는 나스닥이 계속 올라가고 있고 우리가 다행히 지금 14만 원 벌고 있는 상황입니다.
See what the ratings agencies have got to say about that, depending on who sits on Capitol Hill. Jim, it's probably a bit too early. I think you made this point, which is it's a bit too early to put together baskets of higher tax, lower tax companies, or is it?
갑자기 왜 이래? 갑자기 왜 이렇게 올라가고 있는데? 오.
Whether or not you're talking about foreign policy or you're talking about the south border or something like that and how that might impact it. But then again, even if we start getting into those types of things, it's really hard to say one policy differs from the other. So here's a basket of stocks you'd buy one way, or here's a basket of stocks or what you would do with the bond market the other way. So right now, I don't think that this is really playing. I know we all like to ask the question, is the Fed really playing in the markets? And the answer might be yes or no. I would actually turn it around and say politics really isn't playing in the markets. But again, it's still 9 months away.
If I said to the two of you, what is a grey, briefly, what is a grey swan event from the political spectrum, Bob, what would you say that could look like?
I think the main question is dysfunction and whether or not they can continue to operate the government in a time where we probably, we still have divided government, and it may become more divisive heading into the election, and that could create second and third order consequences and a drag on the economy. They can't get things like budget and spending done.
And for you, Jim, what would you say could be a grey and disruptive emanating from political landscape?
That the two candidates that we assume are going to be the nominees, that one or both of them doesn't. One's on trial and might be convicted, and the other one is running behind, and his party is very, very upset or very worried that he can't win, and that we might see a change. It's a low probability.
Jim, are those low probabilities very left-tail risks?
Yeah, I think so. But I mean, they could really change. They could be very, very disruptive between one or the other, or both, winding up changing between now and say the conventions or election day.
잠시다 7분 전 오늘 우리 청취자분들의 힘에 겨워서 저희가 수익 내고 있는데요. 자, 지금 현재 상황은 10년물 채권금리 떨어지고 있고요. 2년물 채권금리도 떨어지고 있고요. 물도 상승 중. 후인 또 상승해서 약간 행보 중이고요. 달러 인덱스 떨어지고 있는데 5일 계속 상승이네요. 나스닥백은 또다시 18,000원 돌파해서 오늘 또 신고가를 또 돌파하러 가려고 하는지 그것까지는 알 수 없지만 기대되네요. 그러고 나서 시장은 아직은 큰 변화는 없는데 장 시작과 30분 후 예정되어 있는 제롬 파월 의장의 한번에 정말 기대됩니다. 오늘 한번 저희가 오늘 방송은 아무래도 청취자 여러분 제롬 파월 의장의 발언에 따라서 많이 좀 달라져요. 그러니 저희가 실시간적으로 제롬 파월의 의장의 발언을 들으면서 그래도 은퇴해서 거기서 좋은 소식 바로 전해드리는 그렇게 하겠습니다. 자, 장 시작 1분 전에 만나 뵙겠습니다. 잠시만 기다려주세요. 감사합니다.
I'm Alex Rodriguez. I'm a former New York Yankee and played professional baseball for over 20 years. Almost that entire time, I was thinking about business.
And I'm Jason Kelly. I've been a business journalist at Bloomberg for more than 2 decades. And across my career, I've covered everything from the Olympics to Wall Street.
From Bloomberg, this is The Deal. Each week, you'll hear us in conversation with business icons.
This show will explore deal making across sports, media, and entertainment.
This is very fancy for a podcast.
If I knew what it was going to be, I'd put everything I had into it.
I get asked more about our relationship than I do my wife.
You know what I'm saying?
This is a show where we talk with big-time athletes and executives about the wins, the losses, and lessons learned along the way.
This show is called The Deal.
The deal?
The deal.
That deal.
The deal.
Huge deal.
Who dug this up? Boy, y'all's in trouble.
Always on the heartbeat of the tech sector.
Across global markets.
Real-time data aspect is going to be
We're going to bring you expert analysis on that.
Don't miss Bloomberg's interview with the
Champion morning calls. This is what the analysts on Wall Street are saying. First up, Berenberg upgrades Honeywell to buy, highlighting the strengthening in the aerospace business and a compelling valuation. Morgan Stanley upgrades Progressive to overweight, expecting the company to steal at least 18% market share over the next 4 years. And finally, Deutsche Bank upgrades Target to a buy with the street high price of $206. Look at that, we're 170, 120 and change at the moment. So another 20% upside there on improving traffic good inventory levels. Coming up, Bucket Capital's Kim Forrest joins me, unveiling the stocks most likely to benefit from the AI explosion on Bloomberg.
Regional sports networks. There's a lot of, it's a business that seems to be collapsing. Leagues have sort of toyed around with, do something ourselves. Some teams are doing like local TV and streaming. How do you see that shaking out?
So, I don't think I'm right on this, but my instincts keep telling me this is what's going to happen. Because if you remember the WWE, they launched their own network that had their own pay-per-views. And it was kind of a smart, bold, ahead of its time move. And then they pivoted at the perfect time and they sold their content to, what was it,
Peacock. Yeah.
And that was really smart too because they were able to leverage that number as high as possible. So they always zag where the money was when the opportunity was. I think the opportunity for the NBA with the local teams would be to own all that themselves.
Why should somebody want to be in the pharmaceutical industry? Why not go into something sexy like private equity?
In the end, what we do is we create these miracles that fit in the palm of your hand, these little medicines that can transform a human being's life.
Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources.
자, 장시작 1분 전, 장시작하고 30초 전, 30초 전이고요. 청취자 여러분들, 자, 기대됩니다. 이대로 빈 응이 나올지 정말 기대됩니다. 다들 기대되시죠?
5, 4,
4,
3,
3,
2,
2,
1. 아, 오케이.
호.
오케이. 제가 얘기하시잖아요. 매수잖아요. 오케이.
5,000 STEM graduates per year, industry-leading IT clusters, a fully integrated supply chain powered mostly by cutting-edge low-carbon energy sources. Ontario, your innovation partner.
설마 이렇게 확 떨어지지 않겠죠? 오케이. 오우. 거의 30만 원 먹었습니다. 봐요. 제가 얘기했잖아요. 30만 원으로 가시죠.
오늘 대박입니다. 대박이에요. 론의 포지션이 크게 오고 있고요. 자, 우리 이제 12시를 지켜봐야 되는 상황 같고요. 일단 당시작들 결론은 저희가 지금 기쁜 지금 이문을 보이고 있는데요. 자, 이거는 일단은 저희가 입절을 먼저 해놓고
disappointing results. Abigail Doolittle is with me. What gives with Nordstrom?
좀 안타깝네요. 사실 저 같으면 조금 더 기다렸을 텐데, 20만 원 먹었으니까 그래 됐습니다. 조금 이따가 다시 먹을 수 있으니까 다시 타이밍이 있을 테니까 분명히 뭐 지금 또 올라가네. 또 올라가네. 아니다. 아직 좀 애매해요. 아직 애매한 상황이다 보니까 조금 더 지켜봐야 될 것 같습니다. 그래도 전체적으로 매수 맞았습니다. 맞겠죠? 아무튼 지금 올라가고 있습니다. 참나 나스닥이 미쳤구나. 한 2달 동안 계속 이상한 숫자를 이상 가격을 이렇게 보여주고 있습니다. 우리 나스닥이 참 무섭네요. 그래도 사실 이거 때문에 우리 나스닥 좋아하는 거잖아요, 그렇죠? 좀 변동성이 많고 매매할 때 좀 재밌기도 하고 롤러코스터 탈 수 있으니까 이런 재미가 있으니까 우리가 이렇게 나스닥을 계속 하는 이유죠. 지금 또 기싸움 하는 중인데 그래도 결과적으로 올라가고 있습니다.
This comes amid a volatile time for cybersecurity stocks in general. There have been an increase in cybersecurity attacks on firms. Some cybersecurity firms have capitalized on the opportunities while some have sat out. Analysts were really liking the results from CrowdStrike this morning. Morgan Stanley noted that CrowdStrike is one of the few software companies growing 30% this year. Piper Sandler said that the company is positioned to keep outperforming. Shares are up about 18% right now. That is the biggest intraday move since June 2019, and the stock is up 17% year to date through yesterday's close. Dennis?
Isn't it? Alex, thank you so much. We're also watching Estee Lauder today. The company dropping after acne products from several brands are alleged to contain elevated levels of a chemical linked to cancer, according to a Bloomberg reporting. Simone Foxman has the scoop. Simone.
Yeah, this was a Bloomberg News exclusive from reporter Anna Edney. And it has to do with the results of tests a lab called Valisure, which is based in Connecticut, did on acne treatments looking for the chemical benzene. Now, the FDA allows 2 parts per million of benzene in products. It says that level is safe, but the lab found 12 times that amount in many common products for acne treatments. And then they tested, well, what would happen if you keep these creams at high temperatures for a long period of time, like what would happen in your bathroom if you leave the acne treatment near your shower and that becomes hot. And they found extraordinary numbers here. Estee Lauder's Clinique, for example, 401 parts per million. Taro Pharmaceuticals Proactive, 1,761 parts per million. Target product also well above the limit. There's a $1 billion market for acne products every year. And, Estee Lauder, for example, really leaning in to this space with its Clinique products, really wanted to double down on that brand, and that's what it said in its earnings call just last month. So this could be a really negative news headline for many of these companies. We're seeing shares pare back some of their earlier losses in the intraday trading, but more ahead on this story, Manis.
Okay, Simone, thank you very much. Good reporting there by the Bloomberg team. Let's get back to the earnings. Shares of JD.com enjoying their best day in over a month. That's after beating estimates and approving a $3 billion buyback. Let's get a little bit more with Isabel.
Hey, Manis, shares are rising up and around 15%. JD is recovering from a 5-year low, and it's really because the company reported earnings that beat estimates and a $3 billion buyback program that investors are cheering, as you mentioned, and also a 23% hike in its annual dividend payout. So lots of things to digest there. First, let's go to earnings. So JD.com
3.6% rise in revenue. So this was helped by a broader product lineup and price cuts as Chinese customers become a little more price conscious. The company reported sales that came in at 306 billion yen. That's around $48 billion compared to an estimate of 300. And when it comes to the buyback program, this is where investors are really excited about. It's a 3-year program. It's matching the old one that they had, and it's really meant to ease worries that investors are having about the company's growth potential. But Bloomberg Intelligence said even if we're seeing a 23% hike in its annual buyback, it may not really help because the competition could keep lowering retail.
아, 역시 다 사기 무섭네요. 갑자기 또 떨어지네. 뭐지? 그래도 우리가 빠져나갈 타이밍이 잘 잡는 것 같아서 다행입니다. 그대로 계속 떨어지지는 않겠죠?
But recently, it's moved more towards cheaper stuff as retailers feel a little more pinched. As we all know, the growth of the Chinese economy is looking a bit uncertain with its property sector and all the other issues like deflationary issues. So it remains to be seen what happens there. But for now, it's a good day for JD with shares up around 15%.
Okay, Isabel, thank you very much. Well, the markets this morning are digesting the pre-release testimony from Jay Powell. Broker Capital's Kim Forrest weighs in writing this. We believe that the path to inflation at the Fed's 2% target isn't thinking. That's because nothing in markets is winning. Kim, good morning to you. I suppose that's everything except Nvidia. But let's step back for a moment. We had the pre-prepared remarks. It's clear that Powell wants to keep the door and the narrative open for rate cuts, and yet I read more and more and have more and more conversations going, I don't know when they can start to cut, and I think they may not be even able to cut this year. Is that too severe a take? Do you think the road to rate cuts is still bumpy but open?
Well, I would take Chairman Powell at his word. On the way up, when interest rates were on the way up, he kept saying, look, we're data dependent. And I don't think he's any less data dependent on the beginning of going down in the rate cut cycle. I think the core PCE keeps falling, and that is in the right direction. I don't think he's going to wait for perfection to wait till the core PCE is at 2%. He'll start cutting sometime, and I hate to say this soon. What does that mean? I'm saying maybe before June or July at the latest.
What do you think he needs, Kim, to pull that trigger? What do you think he needs to pull that trigger? Because he talks about confidence. I reflect back to 1995. That was a period of time when the Fed talked about carefulness. And again, Bostic tries to kind of only one cut this year and done. Do you think that we're going to morph from this confidence to careful narrative?
I do, because there's some other pressures. Like, we don't live in a vacuum. Europe's rates are probably falling. China is certainly falling. And you don't want to have this unbelievably high rate in America drawing in dollars and making the dollar too strong because of our interest rate, right? So I think that's the pressure he's feeling, and that it's likely a cut will happen before the presidential election gets really going.
Okay, so that happens. To what extent are these two things divorced? I'm talking about the outperformance of tech, which is driven by AI, which you say is going to be the biggest winner. So that outperformance endures even in a world where there's only one rate cut, Kim?
I think so, because it's the thing that is, it's momentum, right? We have momentum with not only regular people interested in AI, but mostly the people that spend, which is corporations interested in AI. AI is the
자,
thing that can
혹시 여러분, 저희는 이쪽으로 나왔고요. 근데 잘 나왔어요. 잘 나왔고요. 지금 보고 잠깐 떨어졌다가 다시 또 상승하고 있는데요. 저희는 리스님이랑 일단 오늘 매수세가 강해요. 다시 매수세가 강해졌어요. 아직 이제 파월 연준이 한 19분 남았는데 저희는 이런 부분들을 조금 더 체크하면서 신중하게 이번에 좀 얘기해놔야 되니까 노릴 수 있도록 이렇게 하겠습니다. 잠시 여러분 기대해 주세요.
So then that, in many ways, justifies the $300 billion destruction in value that you've seen in Apple. I mean, that's the number, 10% retracement. So, so we're in that kind of correction mode on.
네, 알겠습니다. 주원 씨 말대로 하겠습니다. 일단 우리가 조금 더 타이밍을 보면서 사실 조금 전에 매수 타이밍 지금 괜찮은데 좀 놓쳐버렸습니다. 그러니까 조금 더 기다리면서 다시 돌아오겠습니다. 조금만 기다리세요.
Apple doesn't have like a direct participation in AI. Apple will be fine in the long run. And by long run, I mean 3 to 5 years. I don't see any other product coming out to replace that. So it could be a node connecting to AI, which is in the cloud. And I think that's the way to think of it. But new dollars are chasing NVIDIA and all kind of things that might be playing, that might get more dollars spent in the near future than Apple. Sure. So these systems need a lot of processing.
This is Dennis G, and you're listening to Night Ride FM.
In the 90s, computers were computing power was too expensive, and it's still kind of expensive, but not nearly what it was in the 90s, and data wasn't available. So we have both of those. That's why I have confidence in AI. But I also have confidence that the people building out these new systems need a lot of power, a lot of computing power, and if you can get close to NVIDIA performance at, let's say, half the price, you're going to use that. And that's why I like AMD and Intel, because I think they are building competitive products to what NVIDIA has. And NVIDIA's DNA isn't in offering cheap products. Never has been, and unlikely never will be.
I think my favorite line that I've had recently is, what is it for a man or a woman in NVIDIA? One answer to that would Broadcom, but I think that you've broadened that spectrum for our viewers this morning. I think that's important about where the other opportunities are. Rocket Capitalist, Kim Forrest, my guest this morning on the markets. Coming up, a consumer under pressure shows up in the latest retail results.
I think the consumer is going to continue to be disciplined. I think it's incumbent upon the retailers to deliver innovation.
There's nothing more powerful than you making your thing happen. Really going for it. Doing business on your terms. Giving it your all. Making a difference. And loving what you do. Every single day. Feeling fearless. Filled. Free. When there's nothing holding you back. What would your thing be? Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare finances. Find people. Analyze markets. Answer phrases. Or ask questions. What's it you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
Liquidity is the lifeblood of an airline. We make very conservative decision-making about when we raise funding and how we raise funding. We try to diversify our sources, and we're always very focused on the actual rates. And we like to build in flexibility in these financing structures so that we have an opportunity to prepay debt when appropriate so that we can continue to optimize the overarching rates that we're paying.
What did you learn was that
those are going to work around matches is oxygen and everything else. But we also have to gamble as well. I know the folks who are going to invest right now have large pocket investments. So I would be in front of them. They may not be higher. But they must spend a lot of time in the other side that is a higher. Right? They're going to be early about this stuff. They're interested in stability.
Breakout we have all perhaps long awaited, finally realized. We'll see if it sticks.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto. The people,
There's no question this industry is composed of some bad actors and some good actors.
the transactions,
Volumes have surpassed $24 billion per day.
and the technology.
Stop talking about the technology that demonstrates they are trading judiciously. They are looking for value. When you think about Nordstrom's results overall, you saw that the wrap business, particularly our price business, was up nearly 15%. It's the full line business that was special. And in both areas, you saw beauty do well. In almost every single retailer, beauty is what's performing category-wide. But keep in mind, the guidance of Nordstrom kind of rapidly conjected, and it's going to be a large exception year in 2024. That's not what all the retailers saw in the fourth quarter, though, which is so interesting because pretty much everybody's beating on the results on the fourth quarter, but viewing the outlook, looking ahead, that is the problem. And maybe this can be consistent. You look at the individuals on these losses results. Comp sales was 7% in the fourth quarter, during the application estimate in Q4. But when you look at the
One of the most defensive sectors, though, leading the way, that is utilities, up 1.4%. And of course, dividends there are big. So when yields go down, it makes those stocks a little bit more attractive. We are seeing tech overall seeing a bit of a bounce back, up about 0.8%, even despite the fact that Apple is once again turned negative, down 0.5%. Interestingly, the financials are the only sector down just a little bit. And a piece of this is Morgan Stanley, down more than 4% on the day, the worst day since October. We are seeing what's behind that somewhat severe price action for Morgan Stanley. As for tech on the week, well, it's not quite a recovery yet. After yesterday's big sell-off, the New York, the 90 Bank Plus Index, we are looking at a decline of about 2.7%. Today, the uncertain whether or not there could be a little bit of a round trip there if those declines show up, or to the big week.
Ever wondered how AI can change the game? Get ready to redefine new possibilities when the sky is falling. The game-changing AI-powered solution is here to revolutionize the sport landscape, unlocking a whole new level of efficiency and precision. Elevate the game strategy, fuel players' performance, discover future athletes, and amplify your fan experience. Stay ahead of the game.
Be the last of its kind? No, this is the nature of capitalism. Get over it.
Context is everything. Yesterday it was a pause, not a panic. Look at this market this morning, supported by Nvidia, supported by Powell. There's a lot of things going on here. The doors are still open to a rate cut. Yes, they need a little bit more
청취자 여러분들, 지금 발표 5분 전인데요. 이에 방글라데시 아이돌이거든요. 그러면서 나스닥도 일단 나가리 되고 있어요. 나가리 되고 있는데 괜찮습니다. 10년물 채권금리 떨어지고 있고요. 2년물 채권금리 떨어지고 있고요. 비트코인, 골드 계속 상승합니다. 오일도 계속 상승 중이고요. 좀 전에 11시 45분에 발표됐던 캐나다의 기준금리 결정은 예상치 부합 그대로입니다. 그대로 동결됐고요. 미국이요 루이니먼 이거 런던 파월이자 진짜 기대됩니다. 자, 그러면 이거 두 날이 끝나자마자 정치자분들과 힘입어서 다시 또 너무 다짐을 받기 시작하는데요. 현재는 마이크로소프트 마이너스 0.13%, 애플 마이너스 0.5%, 0.05%, 그리고 마이너스 0.5%, 넷 플러스 2%, 아마존 플러스고요. 역시 엔비디아가 진격한 리가 진짜 진격한 리가 플러스 2.56%, 테슬라 마이너스 2.16%인데 자, 과연 엔비디아 어떤 마이너스가 지고 우리 제어 연중 파워 유자명 형님이죠. 전 세계를 긴장시키고 있는 제로 파워 형님, 어떤 말씀을 해주실지 기대됩니다. 자, 발표 3분 전입니다. 발표 3분 전. 낙동이 커지고 있습니다. 낙동이 커지고 있어요. 자, 나가려 되고 있는 기분 어떠십니까?
욕하면 안 되죠, 그쵸? 욕하고 싶은데, 씨를 데리고 싶은데, 그리고 사실 제 감을 저기요. 저기요, 존씨. 아니, 씨발. 아니, 여러분, 지금 무슨 상황이. 와, 진짜 이런 사람을 진짜 빼고 싶어, 진짜. 아니, 잘못 눌렀대. 아니, 이거 뭐야. 진짜.
정치제 여러분. 지금 어떤 상황이냐면요.
진짜.
제가 사실은 네스님이 또 변하셨잖아요. 무섭게 너무 긴장해서 사실은 계약서를 밀린다는 게 청사자들의 내놨어요.
아니, 진짜. 개 같은 거 진짜. 아니, 여러분, 제 마음을 이제 아시죠? 진짜. 로스코 당했고, 매도를 잘못 눌렀고, 진짜. 여러분, 잠시만요.
청취자 여러분들, 일단 나스닥 하락폭 깊어지고 있고요. 발표 1분 전입니다. 발표 1분 전. 잠시 지금 닐스님의 지금 시선 보여야 돼요. 지금 다시 변했어요. 안마로 변했어요. 안마로. 자, 조금 말씀드렸듯이 10년물 채권물이 내려가고 있고요. 달러 인덱스 계속 떨어지고 있습니다. 나스닥 낙폭 심해지고 있고요. 그 이유는 마이크로소프트, 애플, 엔비디아의 양절이 조금씩 줄어들고 있어요. 저희는 조금 전에도 플릿 실수로 잘못되고 나가리 됐는데 비상으로 역전을 하려고 들었는데 그것도 좀 아직은 좋은 상황이고요. 뉴스님 좀 알려주세요. 부탁입니다. 발표 1분 전, 발표 1분 전. 발표 나왔습니다.
진짜. 우리고 지금 주원씨 저한테 또 맞아야 될 것 같습니다. 지금 또 나가리 되고 있습니다. 아니, 저 이 사람이랑 앞으로 매매를 못해요, 진짜, 여러분. 진짜 개빡쳐, 진짜. 해거. 주원씨 해거. 끝. 더 이상. 짜증나, 진짜.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
여러분들 보셨죠? 뉴스님이 이런 여자야. 아까 저를 좀 믿어라. 얘기 좀 해라. 많은 신뢰를 가져라. 지금 뭐 해고 나오고. 발표만 말씀드리겠습니다. 발표는 미국 부인이나 예상보다 높게 나왔어요. 이전보다 낮지만 예상보다 높게 나왔고요. 도매 재고 예상보다 높게 나왔어요. 일단 안 좋죠. 그렇기 때문에 지금 발표를 하고 있고요. 이제부터는 연준, 파월의장의 청문회 내용들이 중요할 것 같습니다. 나도 지켜보시죠. 리스님 좀 알려주세요. 저 지금 휴학을 합니다. 파월의장님 나오셨어요. 리스님, 우리가 파월의장은 좀 이렇게 띄울 수 없을까요? 블룸버그에서 나오는데 미디어 플레이어.
right, we are a data-dependent poll on Alex, so let's get to the job opening labor turnover survey. A little lightness in the labor market. Job openings, 8.86 million in the month of January. Almost right on with expectations, a little lighter than the previous month. Right now, technology leading markets higher, and of course, Fed Chief Jerome Powell, he's right now sitting down to testify before Congress in the prepared remarks. He says the Fed, no rush to cut interest rates. Investor sentiment continues to be in the driver's seat for these markets. And this is according to Amy Silverman at RBC Capital Markets.
Folks went in and bought more call options. That's the activity we saw across the board. And then the other thing we saw was people starting to sell puts in names like Apple, essentially saying they think that perhaps it's the bottom, so that sentiment continues to remain quite positive, even on days like yesterday.
Right now, S&P 500 up 24 points, a rise of 0.5%, 5103 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 130 points, a rise of 0.3%. The Nasdaq 100 up 104 points, that's up 0.6%. Apple shares right now down about 0.3%, and shares of Nvidia giving a lift to markets as well. That is up right now 2%. What do you think really going? 2-year yield down 2 basis points. That's at 453. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your
청취자 여러분,
business.
지금 일단 저희 완전 나가게 됐고요. 클릭 잘못으로. 근데 일단 지금 파월 형님의 말씀이 정말 중요하니까 저희가 특별 이벤트로 파월 형님 말씀을 한번 전해드리고 실시간으로 그 방송 한번 해드리겠습니다. 그러면서 우리 밀스님이 좀 약간 마음이 안정이 되시면 조금이라도 번역을 해주시면 감사한데 번역해 주실까 모르겠네요. 잘 모르겠습니다.
본인이나 하세요. 진짜 지금 우리가 나가리 되고 있잖아요. 이런 천신이 어딨어요. 진짜.
Campaign was grounded in my love for our country. Just last week, my mother, a first-generation immigrant, got to vote for her daughter for president. Only in America. I am filled with the gratitude for the outpouring of support we've received from all across our great country. But the time has now come to suspend my campaign. I said I wanted Americans to have their voices heard. I have done that. I have no regrets. And although I will no longer be a candidate, I will not stop using my voice for the things I believe in. Our national debt will eventually crush our economy. A smaller federal government is not only necessary for our freedom, it is necessary for our survival. The road to socialism is the road to ruin for America. Our Congress is dysfunctional and only getting worse. It is filled with followers, not leaders. Term limits for Washington politicians are needed now more than ever. Our world is on fire because of America's retreat. Standing by our allies in Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan is a moral imperative. But it's also more than that. If we retreat further, there will be more war, not less. As important, while we stand strong for the cause of freedom,
이제 트럼프 한 명만 사게 되나 보네요. 미스님 니키 헤일리가 사퇴하는 것 같네요 보니까. 네네네. 한번 지켜보죠.
좀 아쉽긴 하는데 뭐 어쩔 수 없죠. 결국엔 트럼프만 남았네요. 참.
And that's a privilege I very much look forward to enjoying. In all likelihood, Donald Trump will be the Republican nominee when our party convention meets in July. I congratulate him and wish him well. I wish anyone well who would be America's president.
미스님 지금부터는 또 정치자 여러분들께 저희 내면이가 중요한 것보다는 다음 연주원 위장 형님의 말씀이 중요하니까 미국의 뉴스를 이렇게 좀 배서 특별로 해서 혹시 좀 잠시 좀 미스님 기분 좋아지시면 살짝 말씀해 주시면 해주시고 이렇게 하시는 걸로 진행하시는 걸 하시죠. 어떠신지요? 나가리네요. 나가리.
Always make up your own mind. It is now up to Donald Trump to earn the votes of those in our party and beyond it who did not support him, and I hope he does that. At its best, politics is about bringing people into your cause, not turning them away. And our conservative cause badly needs more people. This is now his time for choosing. I end my campaign with the same words I began it, from the book of Joshua. I direct them to all Americans, but especially to so many of the women and girls out there who put their faith in our campaign. Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged, for God will be with you wherever you go. In this campaign, I have seen our country's greatness. From the bottom of my heart, thank you, America. God bless you.
That was, I guess we call former Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley delivering remarks in Charleston, South Carolina, formally withdrawing from this presidential election.
And made it very clear that no one's to ask her who she's voting for.
Right.
Basically saying that that's a private citizen's right to vote for who she's
Yep.
voting for. And
What? No
clearly
endorsement?
And clearly not endorsing President Trump. And I really wonder what that means. Is it a 2028 thing or is that a convention thing?
Yeah, I don't know. All I know is I think we're going to have to really pay attention to these conventions, particularly
Yes.
the Republican convention this summer. In the past, you can just blow by them and go to the baseball game on, but I think you might have to focus a little bit this time. Let's check in with Josh Wingrove. He's Bloomberg White House reporter. Josh, you heard former Governor Nikki Haley's comments here. Any takeaways for you today?
Yeah, I think that was a sort of a polite sounding of the alarm. Her comment on it being up to Trump to earn support inside and outside the party is essentially a nicer version of what she's been saying on the stump, that Trump is, in her view, as of now headed for a loss. Of course, the polls show he's winning right now, but the big question throughout this primary is what happens to the 20, 30, 40% of state primary voters who've been voting for Haley. Do they vote for Donald Trump? Do they stay in the fold? Do they stay home? Do they back a third-party candidate? Some of them are saying they'll vote for
아,
Joe
네,
Biden. And so I think
네, 맞습니다.
sort of sounding
용님,
the alarm a
아성진요,
little bit. I wouldn't
들어봐
pay
주십시오.
so much attention to
그래서
the
오늘 쉽게
convention.
들어봤습니다.
Personally,
열심히
I
해보겠습니다.
suppose
기대해
the
주시고,
I guess
지금 전 세계가 집중하고 있는 연준 파월 의장의 발표, 청문회 기대하고 있습니다. 한번 다 들어보시죠.
저만 집중이 안 돼요. 저만 지금 우리가 손해 보는 거 지금 보고 있는데 누구를 좀 빼야 될 것 같습니다, 여러분.
Okay, so Josh, that makes it seem like it
일단
is a
좀
2028
스트레칭
sort
좀
of thing
하고
because there was a narrative for a second
스트레칭하고
about the
누구를 좀
convention
때리고
and trying
다시
to get
돌아오겠습니다.
delegates and she just like kind of show up and see what happens. You don't think that's a real thing?
I don't. Although I am curious whether she'll speak at the convention. I think a lot of us will be spending our times combing through the vagaries of the rules of the RNC to see whether she precedent would either sort of suggest she gets a speaking spot or not. This is going to be a tricky one for her. She's been pretty vocal in sort of her views of where Trump is going. And so, to the extent that she is, if she's there and sort of in the fold and speaking to suburban communities, that sort of those sort of voters that Trump has been losing, then that's probably good for Donald Trump. But if she's there sort of reminding everyone that there's in her view, sort of a five-alarm fire going on, then that's bad for Donald Trump. If you look at where she has performed well in the primaries, it is the types of areas where Joe Biden wants to perform well in the general election. It is suburbs, it is cities, and so the Biden people have been, Nikki Haley fans, essentially. A, because she's out there prosecuting a case against Donald Trump rhetorically on the election circuit, but B, because they think that her very candidacy was sort of reminding voters that they might not be Donald Trump voters.
All right, Josh, thank you so much. We appreciate getting some thoughts there. Josh Wingrove, Bloomberg White House reporter. Again, Nikki Haley withdrawing from the race, as I think a lot of folks thought she would after Super Tuesday.
Right. But it does really open up that 2028, and sort of I'm really interested in what those voters do. And if you don't have her at the convention, what's in it for those voters at the convention? Like, who's talking for them?
I don't know. I think it's I believe we were talking earlier with Tom Keene, but this is Donald Trump's Republican Party now in every shape. I joked to John Tucker that if my father were alive, he'd vote for Richard Nixon. I don't think my father would recognize his Republican Party, but it is in fact changed. and it is behind President Trump. So we'll see how that plays out. Again, I'm going to pay attention to when they have these meetings this summer, these conventions. So, all right. So we are waiting on Fed Chairman Jay Powell. He is slated to begin speaking in just moments in front of Congressional Committee. Let's check in with Ira Jersey. He's Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence. Ira, I think the Fed's been pretty clear on their messaging here. Kind of 3 rate cuts this year. That's kind of where the dot plots lead you. The market can, I don't know, speculate as it likes, but are we going to hear Fed Chairman Jay Powell just kind of reiterate that stance today?
Yeah, so the prepared remarks have been out since 8:30, and it was absolutely nothing surprising in it. In fact, it wasn't even any nuance that was surprising, given that that statement that he's going to make formally in here in a couple of minutes is based on the monetary policy report that the Federal Reserve released last Friday. The important things to listen to, Paul, are things like during the Q&A session, what are they going to do with the balance sheet? How much are they concerned about that? Are there any scenarios that could arise that would make the Federal Reserve increase interest rates, right? The market has shifted pretty significantly recently to pricing for 0 chance of a interest rate hike by the end of this year to around a 10% chance of one, right? So I think it's those nuances that could potentially be market moving, but that's going to come during the Q&A, not during his formal remarks to start off the testimony.
So having been so lucky to listen to so many of these, what you definitely get from congressional leaders is they're pushing their party line, like they're talking to their voters in these things. So you could definitely make an argument that some there are definitely going to say the economy is terrible, it's really bad, you have to cut fast, etc., etc. How does he talk about that? Because there is obviously still a portion of the economy that is very much struggling, even though the data overall continues to come in solid. And I'm wondering how he's going to walk that particular tightrope.
Yeah, that's always the challenge for the Fed chair, right? Because there's distributional effects of everything that's going on. And I think that what he'll probably say is something like, look, it's our job to look at the overall broad economy, and we know that inflation is hurting a lot of working families, so we need to get inflation down. That's our first priority. That's not much different than what he said in the past during the post-meeting press conferences. And then on top of that, say that he'll probably highlight that they seem to be fulfilling their other part of their mandate, which is the job market, right? You haven't seen a significant uptick really in the unemployment rate. You still have a lot of people being employed. You had 300,000 jobs created in the month of January, right? So all of those things are, I think, go in his favor. So he'll have to say something along those lines. But I agree. You know, today in the House of Representatives as well tends to be very there's not actually a lot of questions that are asked. It's mostly political grandstanding. I think tomorrow in the Senate you might have a more interesting and nuanced discussion around monetary policy, around balance sheet policy, around the economy in general. Like we have a little pool going on within Bloomberg Intelligence is how many times has he asked about fiscal policy today that he won't answer, right? Like those are the kinds of grandstanding that a lot of these members of the House of Representatives can ask about.
What's the over-under?
4, by the way, 4 questions on fiscal policy today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good.
I'll write that down.
So Ira, it's a presidential election year. How does that figure into the calculus of one Jay Powell in the Fed?
Yeah, I think right now he doesn't want to have to think about it, but presumably if Donald Trump is elected the president, then Jay Powell's time he'll wind up being a lame duck more than likely as Fed chair. I don't see Donald Trump reappointing Jay Powell, even though he was initially a Trump appointee. I was quite frankly a little bit surprised that Jay Powell was actually appointed by Trump, because I thought Trump would pick someone who was a little bit more on the dovish side, given that Donald Trump thinks that interest rates should always be low and et cetera, et cetera. I mean, I don't agree with that sentiment, but that seems to be where a President Trump would likely go in the next Fed chair, find someone who's much more aligned with his own view of the world, as opposed to Jay Powell, who's just a middle of the road kind of regular everyday kind of monetary policy person. On the other side, if President Biden wins, I suspect that maybe Jay Powell has a pretty good chance of getting reappointed. So from a policy standpoint, that's probably what the election is going to matter to the most. And then the other things that I'm going to be looking for this presidential year is going to be, what fiscal policies are going to be enacted, because obviously Donald Trump, when he was elected in 2016, he was able to implement a lot of his policy because Congress was basically on his side, whereas this time it looks like Congress is likely to be split. So it'll be a little bit more difficult for him to get a lot of his policies through if he is elected and we have that split Congress.
And just we're awaiting Jay Powell speaking before the House Financial Services Committee. Here he is right now. Thanks, Iris.
The Federal Reserve remains squarely focused on our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. The economy has made considerable progress toward these objectives over the past year. While inflation remains above the FOMC's objective of 2%, it has eased substantially, and the slowing in inflation has occurred without a significant increase in unemployment. As the labor market tightness has eased and progress on inflation has continued, the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals have been moving into better balance. Even so, the committee remains highly attentive to inflation risks and is acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship, especially on those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. The FOMC is
Ever wondered how AI can change the game? Get ready to redefine new possibilities with the Sky Sport Native. The game-changing AI-powered solution is here to revolutionize the sport landscape, unlocking a whole new level of efficiency and precision. Elevate the game strategy, fuel players' performance, discover future athletes, and amplify your fan experience. Stay ahead of the game.
subdued over the past year, largely reflecting high mortgage rates. High interest rates also appear to have been weighing on business fixed investment. The labor market remains relatively tight, but supply and demand conditions have continued to come into better balance. Since the middle of last year, payroll job gains have averaged 239,000 jobs per month, and the unemployment rate has remained near historical lows at 3.7%. Strong job creation has been accompanied by an increase in the supply of workers, particularly among individuals aged 25 to 54, and a continued strong pace of immigration. Job vacancies have declined and nominal wage growth has been easing. Although the jobs to workers gap has narrowed, labor demand still exceeds the supply of available workers. The strong labor market over the past 2 years has also helped to narrow long-standing disparities in employment and earnings across demographic groups. Inflation has eased notably over the past year, but remains above the FOMC's longer-run goal of 2%. Total personal consumption expenditures prices rose 2.4% over the 12 months ending in January. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.8%, a notable slowing from 2022 that was widespread across both goods and services prices. Long-term inflation expectations appear to have remained well anchored, as reflected by a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. After significantly tightening the stance of monetary policy since early 2022, the FOMC has maintained the target range for the federal funds rate at 5.25% to 5.5% since its meeting last July. We've also continued to shrink our balance sheet at a brisk pace and in a predictable manner. A restrictive stance of monetary policy is putting downward pressure on economic activity and inflation. We believe that our policy rate is likely at its peak for this tightening cycle. If the economy evolves broadly as expected, it will likely be appropriate to begin dialing back policy restraint at some point this year. But the economic outlook is uncertain, and ongoing progress toward our 2% objective for inflation is not assured. Reducing policy restraint too soon or too much could result in a reversal of progress we've seen in inflation and ultimately require even tighter policy to get inflation back to 2%. At the same time, reducing policy restraint too late or too little could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. In considering any adjustments to the target range for the policy rate, we will carefully assess the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. The committee does not expect that it will be appropriate to reduce the target range until it has gained greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably toward 2%. We remain committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keeping longer-run inflation expectations well anchored. Restoring price stability is essential to set the stage for achieving maximum employment and stable prices
여러분,
over the longer
우리가
run.
지금 아마
To
많은
conclude,
방송
we
여기까지
understand that our
할 것
actions affect
같습니다. 왜냐면
communities,
지금
families, and
파월
businesses across the
의장이
country.
되게 지금
Everything we
중요한
do
사원이다
is in
보니까
service to our public mission.
그냥 그 뉴스 보면서
We at the Federal Reserve will do everything we can to
우리
achieve our
방송
maximum employment and
하시면
price stability
좋겠습니다.
goals.
제가
Thank you.
뉴스를 이렇게 일부러
Thank you, Chairman Powell.
그렇고 뉴스
And
소리도
I
키우겠습니다.
should have noted this at the outset, but this is your
우리가
25th
여기서
testimony before the
인사하고
U.S. Congress as Chair of the Federal Reserve. And
내일도
we thank you for your service and your
뵙겠습니다.
commitment
그
to
진심으로 한마디
congressional
하시고
oversight.
그리고
Very
마무리하시죠.
much appreciated.
네,
I'll now
감사합니다,
recognize
청취자
myself for
여러분.
5 minutes.
지금 오늘의 청문회
Let's
그리고
begin
Q&A의 답변들이
what's top
사무
of mind.
저희장에 너무나
Two issues that
중요하기
are top of mind with
때문에
Fed.
이 부분
Regulatory
좀
policy,
집중하려고
the
하고요.
bar
또 오늘
proposal,
다행스럽게
Michael
저희
Barr
또
proposal on
입절로
capital,
일단 마감을
and interest
했어요.
rates.
또
We're in a
이따가
political
이걸
year.
보면서 틈틈이
And
매매를
the
할
lens
거고요.
of a political
오늘은 일단
year
모두
falls
전
heavily
세계가
on all
집중하는
government, all
상황이니
parts of
우리
government.
청취자 여러분도 같이
There's a
집중하고
lot of debate
실시간
about
라이브 방송
the
내일 오전
past
내일
3 years
낮에
of high inflation
찾아뵙기로
and
하고요.
the impact on American
감사합니다, 청취자
families.
여러분.
And now that inflation is receding, there's been a great deal of speculation about when the Fed would cut rates. Some say that it's going to be a lot of rate cutting this year. Some say none. What say you?
I say that really it will depend on the path of the economy. Our focus is on maximum employment and price stability, and and the incoming data as they affect the outlook, and those are the things we'll be looking at. I can go further if you'd like.
So at what point will the Fed be forced to cut rates? What does the data, what kind of data would you point to, and do you have any updates there?
What we've said is that the committee would like to see more data that confirm and make us more confident that inflation is moving sustainably down to 2%. We have some confidence of that. Headline inflation has moved down more than 3 full percentage points now to 2.4%, as I mentioned in my remarks. We want to see a little bit more data so that we can become confident and so that we can take that step of beginning to reduce policy rates. It's a very important step. We think because of the strength in the economy and the strength in the labor market and the progress we've made, we can approach that step carefully and thoughtfully and with greater confidence. And when we reach that confidence, the expectation is we will do so sometime this year. We can then begin dialing back the restriction on our policy.
Well, let's pivot to regulatory policy. Chair Powell, as you know, there have been serious concerns expressed on both sides of the aisle and across America and across industries about the Basel III endgame proposal that Vice Chair Michael Barr has proposed and that the Fed is taking up. The concern is on both process, meaning how the proposed rule was developed, analyzed, and released for comment, the general concern of a lack of economic justification for these actions, but also on the substance. The proposal goes much further than the Basel III committee recommended on capital requirements, putting us at a great disadvantage internationally, potentially. So my first question is on substance. Is the Fed listening to these comments that have been nearly unanimous in opposition to this rule? Is the Fed listening to these comments on the impact the rule will have on everyday Americans? And what is the status on rulemaking, and what is the plan moving forward?
So you're right. We've received voluminous and very substantive comments, as well as the quantitative impact study that we put out. We got those responses in mid-January, and we're carefully analyzing them. We had asked for very specific, detailed, data-based comments, and I'm happy to say that we did get that. So we're just now reaching the stage where we can begin to make decisions about how to proceed. We really haven't made any decisions yet, but I think I can say a few things. First, we do hear the concerns, and I do expect that there will be broad and material changes to the proposal. I'll add that I'm confident that the final product will be one that does have broad support both at the Fed and in the broader world. As far as process is concerned, we're really not at the stage of making decisions about that. That's down the road at least a bit. I will say the question we get is reproposal, and I will say that we haven't made that decision, but if when we get to that point that turns out to be the appropriate thing, we won't hesitate to do it.
You won't rule
Certainly an
that
option.
out. You would not rule that out at this stage of the game, reproposal.
Not at all. No, I think it's a very plausible option. It will depend on how things lie at the time when we reach that point.
Okay. And there's a lot of concern about the interplay between different parts of the rule. And if you change one, what does economic analysis look like for the new proposal? So it is good to hear that you'll be methodical and the Fed will do its traditional role of building consensus around the substantive changes. And that is your intention.
That is right. I said this would be a thoughtful, deliberative process. It's more important that we get this right than that we do it fast. We understand that. This is an important rulemaking, and it's going to have potential implications for the economy and the people we serve. We're going to take our time and do it right.
Thank you, Chairman Powell. The ranking member, Ms. Waters, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Chair Powell, I want to talk to you about housing, but before I get there, let me address the issue of mergers. Last week, I led a letter along with 15 committee Democrats to you as well as DOJ, OCC, and FDIC, expressing my strong concern about the lack of progress you have made in updating your bank merger review procedures. This is critical now that we just learned of another mega merger involving Capital One and Discover, which would create the 6th largest U.S. commercial bank with a major role in the credit card market. For far too long, experts have raised alarm that there is a rubber stamping process of bank mergers where virtually all applications are approved. All the while, unbridled market consolidation poses great risk to consumers and entrepreneurs. What is the status of your updates to the merger review process? And does the Fed plan to convene public hearings on the Capital One and Discover merger?
So I believe we're in regular contact with the Justice Department on what's going on with their review of merger practices. We're looking at that and considering. I think on the potential merger with that you mentioned, we haven't received an application, so there's really not much to say yet. It's early days. When we do get that application, though, we're going to evaluate that merger as always under the factors laid out under the law, and that's our commitment.
So you do believe that your bank merger procedures are ready to do the work that's necessary when you evaluate this possible merger?
I do.
And are you supportive of organizing community hearings on this merger?
I haven't talked about that with anybody. I will say this: we've done that in many large mergers, but that's not a conversation we've had yet. We literally don't even have an application for the merger yet.
Thank you. We'll stay in touch with you on that. So turning to the national affordable housing and homelessness crisis, where we've seen steady increases year after year in home prices and rent costs, which are a symptom of the chronic undersupply of affordable housing. Indeed, more renters and homeowners are now spending more of their income than ever on housing costs. And as you know, housing costs continue to be a primary driver of inflation. Do you think the Fed has sufficiently emphasized the role that housing costs play in keeping us from your 2% inflation goal? Do you think it's reasonable to believe that monetary policy can accomplish this goal without a fiscal policy response? And if you do, how long will it take to get there?
Housing services inflation is one of the three components that we look at that make up the core PCE and, index. And it has been coming down from its heights of a couple years back. It's part of the story. I think the overall story is that goods price inflation has turned negative. Goods prices are actually coming down a bit. Housing services inflation, you can see from currently entered into leases that as leases turn over, the increases are going to be smaller. So in our forecast and in everyone's forecast, housing services inflation comes down.
It's
And
been
that leaves
reported that the
non-housing
methodology used to assess housing costs as an indicator of inflation is imperfect. Namely, because it considers costs based on both new and old rent, including for owner-occupied housing on a month-to-month basis. This results in stale data since families' housing costs typically do not change unless they move or their lease is up for renewal. So to address these imperfections in the housing cost indicators, the Bureau of Labor Statistics and Cleveland Fed created an improved methodology based solely on new lease rents, which is referred to as new tenant repeat rent index. Has the Fed incorporated this new indicator into its economic assessments? If not, why not? And so, what changes has it had on the level of housing inflation observed by the Fed?
So we're well aware of that, and we do incorporate it into our thinking. As I was starting to mention, that is the reason, the fact that market rents are moving up at a much slower pace is the reason why forecasts are for housing services inflation to come down, and that absolutely plays a role in our thinking.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The Vice Chair, Mr. Barr, is, I'm sorry.
Wrong Vice Chair.
Wrong Vice Chair. The gentleman from Arkansas, the Vice Chair of the full committee, Mr. Hill, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to welcome you, Chairman Powell, to the committee. We're glad to have you back and your expertise. And I want to pick up where Chairman McHenry left off on his conversation about Basel III Endgame. You made a good point saying you're not taking the whole concept of reproposal off the table as you review the analytics. And you all discussed the interactivity of that rule with other rules. So if you were to repropose the Basel III Endgame, would the Federal Reserve delay then the long-term debt proposal that's on the table? In other words, would you agree that the agency should not finalize this long-term debt proposal for bank holding companies until banks have a better understanding of what their capital obligations under Basel III Endgame might be?
So we haven't made the first decision yet, so it's hard, I couldn't say definitively. But yeah, that's a question we'd be asking ourselves is what would be the implication for other rules, including the long-term debt?
Well, and is the Fed considering changes to the requirement for regional banks to issue long-term debt? Right now, it's stated to be issued at 6% of risk-weighted assets, in abundance of caution in case there needs to be a resolution, obviously. We know the logic for it. But as I understand it, it's being required at both the holding company level and down at the bank level, and that seems redundant to me. Are you aware of that, and have you considered changing that in your discussions?
Yeah, so that's another area where the comment period ended a little while back, and so once again, we're in the process of evaluating the comments. There will be a thoughtful, deliberative process around that. We welcome comments on these kinds of things. They're very important implications for the banks that are affected. We want to understand the effects, make sure we understand them correctly so that we can evaluate, what a final rule should look like.
Good. Let me turn to the monetary policy outlook. As the chairman noted, consumer prices are 17% higher for American households since President Biden was inaugurated back in January of 21. And yet, in spite of that 17% increase in cost, real wages have actually fallen 2% over that period. So there's no doubt that inflation is the biggest issue facing American households, and in my view, there's three principal causing. Certainly, we had supply disruptions, but we've had unprecedented fiscal policy laxity. You described it in a recent interview as unsustainable, but we also think that the Federal Reserve, in my view, and many people on this committee commented, should have reduced accommodation after the pandemic sooner. One of the things coincident with that, which is what I want to talk to you about, is that the FOMC announced in August of 2020 this flexible average inflation targeting framework right in the middle of the pandemic, which many of us didn't understand why the Fed would take that decision then, but it would give you flexibility on the 2%, saying the Fed could allow inflation to rise above 2% and stay there above that level for some time because the Fed had such challenges in getting the price level to 2%. That was a major shift in the Fed's approach. Do you think, in retrospect of now what we've witnessed over the past 4 years, that that was a mistake in hindsight to change that framework, and is it under review?
So we said we would do a review on a 5-year basis, and that means we'll be starting that review toward the end of this year. So we really haven't started. I do think that the question you raised will be one of the questions we look at, but the bigger question really is that change in the approach was really based on the fact that we'd had very low interest rates and very low inflation for a long period of time, and policy was always very close to the effective lower bound, so there wasn't any firepower for central banks. And so it was a way to keep inflation expectations anchored at 2% and not have them slide down. Now we have entered a different period. The pandemic really may have changed that in a sustained way. We don't know that yet, but that's the big question we'll be asking ourselves is the effective lower bound to be thought of in a different way now? And if it were, that would have ramifications for our framework. But we haven't begun the review yet. It'll begin at the end of this year and probably end late the next year.
Thank you. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. We'll now go to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Powell, for being here. And I think I want to pick up a little bit right where we are. 2019, 2020, the entire world was under the unprecedented pandemic with COVID rate. Is that correct?
Yes.
At the time. And that changed a lot of things with reference because not just for the United States, but for the entire world. And it affected the economies of countries just about on the planet. That's not also correct?
Yes.
And supply chains were disrupted. In fact, I can remember many Americans and people around the world could not get toilet paper or paper towels and some of the basics. And so the prices, because of the, of supply and demand, skyrocketed, causing the inflation, not only in the United States, but basically all over the world. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so therefore, the Fed had to do certain things because of what we were in at that particular time. We couldn't just go back and act like the pandemic wasn't there. We had to do something to try to make sure that we were able to get through the pandemic. Is that not correct?
Yes.
And now we're at that point where we're about to get through this pandemic. And we can look at the rest of the world, what they did or didn't do at that time, but what we did at that time. And as a result of that, 3 years post the pandemic, when you look around the world, I think that you were correct with what you stated, that by most accounts, our economy is doing well. In fact, I would say our economy is doing better than most of the other countries in the world. Would you say that's correct?
I would.
And so, I would say then that some of the other countries of the world maybe should have looked at the policies that we put in place thereafter so that they could get out of it, so that they could have a labor market that is strong, where the unemployment rate is near a 50-year low. And as you've stated, inflation is also now coming down faster than any place else on the planet just about. Is that not correct?
I think that's right, yeah.
And I think that you also recognize a mismatch between the strength of the economy, that's what we're talking about, in the field. And I think that Ranking Member Waters touched on one of those big issues of housing, of which is now, we're still trying to get that under control. And I think the Ranking Member has some ideas on how we can do that, and that may be something that you need to consider so that we can further get down the inflation rate. And the other would be the commodity markets, because the cost of food is too high and people. So that's something else that we need to get in control. Is that not correct?
Yes.
And let me just ask this. Can you say that there's a connection, for example, between conflicts in other areas of the world, like Russia's war against Ukraine and or the turmoil in the Middle East and the economic pressures that the United States feels? Does that not also go into the reason why the cost of commodities can be still higher? Is there a connection therein, Mr. Chairman?
Certainly the war in Ukraine caused commodity prices to move up sharply.
So could you tell you what is the, what would the connection lead you to believe that there is an urgent need for us, I would think, for, and we're running out of time, for us to do everything that is in our power in Congress to support Ukraine so that we can make sure that that and other strategic partners that we can help the commodities market, and that would help lower the cost of some of the commodities, bringing food prices down, if we would just be able to pass certain things that's going to help Ukraine right here in the United States Congress. Is that correct?
Here's where it gets outside of our jurisdiction. So I wouldn't have an opinion on Ukraine funding.
But if we had more grain that was going through, it wasn't blocked by Russia, things of that nature, that generally just, well, says that helps bring the cost down. Cost is higher because of the disruption in the Black Sea that's happened because of this war. So that would help bring the cost down. That is not necessarily the policies just here in the United States, but that's the policy because of what's going on in Russia, and we need to make sure that we do something to prevent that if we really are serious about bringing inflation down. Is that not correct?
I think it's correct that a full supply of grain would help with commodity prices.
And so, instead of us playing politics with this and acting like it is your fault or anyone else's fault that we had to go and do what we did because of the unprecedented pandemic, what we did was save the economy then, knowing we got some problems that we had now, and now we are recovering quicker and better than any other country on this planet as a result of your policies and the policies of Joe Biden.
Expired. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Chairman Powell, thank you for testifying today. When you were before this committee a year ago, I cautioned against raising capital requirements on commodity derivatives that our agricultural and energy producers use back home to keep prices of food and power stable for consumers. At the time, you said that was a very specific concern and you weren't sure the proposal would even address commodity derivatives. And in fairness, that was before the Boswell proposal was officially published. Unfortunately, we now know that the proposal does impact commodity derivatives, and in fact, they are among the most penalized financial products that banks offer. And I would note for just a moment, I very much appreciate your comments and responses to Chairman McHenry about the nature of the overall proposal. Congress wanted end users to be able to secure their hedges without posting margin to keep the derivatives markets affordable. But I've seen estimates that some of these types of transactions for end users could face 10 times the capital requirement. Chairman Powell, make me feel a little better. Ease my concerns here. Will you and the Fed work to fix this?
Let me start by saying I want to echo the fact that our commodity markets and our capital markets are a huge national asset, and we need them to be functioning well and with as little friction as possible. I now understand that what you're referring to is the things that were done to increase capital requirements for various kinds of derivative activities. And I'll just say that's an area we're aware of the concerns, and it's an area that we're taking a very close look at.
I appreciate that. I was a member of the Dodd-Frank Conference Committee, where there was bipartisan support to not disadvantage end users, farmers, ranchers, small businesses. This had broad bipartisan support then and still does today. Unfortunately, the Fed could undermine this longstanding work done by Congress. I'd like to enter a few letters into the record, Mr. Chairman, that discuss the detrimental impact to end users. First, a joint Agricultural Trade Association letter from the American Farm Bureau Federation, the National Cattlemen's Beef Association, among 7 others. Next, a joint Energy Trade Association letter from the American Gas Association and 4 others. And lastly, a letter from the American Public Power Association and the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, I'd now like to focus on how the proposal is set to significantly disincentivize banks from offering clearing services. In Dodd-Frank, Congress mandated central clearing as a way to reduce risk in the system. The number of banks that can clear derivatives for end users has reduced over time, making it harder for end users to find a bank to offer this service. There are some estimates that the Fed's proposal will increase capital for this activity by 80%. I'm worried that this will make it even harder for end users to find a bank to clear their hedges. This also comes at a time when the SEC, our friends at the Securities and Exchange Commission, has just finalized a rule in December that will increase clearing in cost in Treasury markets. This will have a real impact on market access and liquidity, not just in commodities, but the $26 trillion Treasury market that plays a critical role in the world economy. Will you work with the CFTC to address this problem?
Again, I'll say that we're aware of those concerns, and we're prepared to work with other agencies and also to make sure that our capital proposal appropriately addresses them.
The strength of central clearing is entirely dependent on banks' willingness to participate, and problems with the Boswell endgame warrant a full reproposal to give us time to appreciate their consequences. And there are real consequences, as you and I both know, Mr. Chairman. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome again, Mr. Powell. It's an honor to have you before us today. I always enjoy hearing your commentary. As you know, recession and inflation, these are buzzwords, and they are used in some circumstances to
All right, we're listening to Fed Chairman Jerome Powell as he testifies before the U.S. House Financial Services Committee in Washington, D.C. Let's get back to it.
To end some of these troubling circumstances we're dealing with. Are you now at a point where you believe that there will not be a recession? There was much talk about recession, and many people worried that we would find ourselves having to negotiate our way out of a recession. What is your position currently on a recession?
So, U.S. growth last year was in excess of 3%. What we're seeing so far this year is continued solid growth. My expectation, and that of other forecasters and of my colleagues, is that we'll see continued growth at a solid pace. I will say, so there's no evidence, or no reason to think that the U.S. economy is in or in some kind of short-term risk of falling into recession. Having said that, though, there's always a possibility, a meaningful possibility that an economy will fall into recession. I don't think that possibility, though, is elevated at the current time.
Thank you. I appreciate your saying this because we want to, at some point, eliminate the great deal of fear associated with just the term recession. Next point, the December FOMC projections showcase a slightly lower unemployment rate than last June's projections and slightly higher GDP, suggesting a soft landing remains likely. Are you of the opinion that we're headed to a soft landing, Mr. Powell?
I'll just say that what we've seen so far is an economy that's growing at a solid pace. We're seeing a labor market that is still tight, still strong. Wages are moving up, but the labor market's coming into better balance between supply and demand. And inflation has come down sharply, really, since the middle of last year. So those are the conditions we see. They're very attractive conditions, and we're trying to use our policies to keep that growth going and to keep that labor market strong while also achieving further progress on inflation. That's our goal. And do I think there's a possibility we can achieve all of that while keeping the labor market strong and the economy growing? Yes, I think there is a possibility. Indeed, that is what we're trying to achieve.
A soft landing can be difficult to identify. We could possibly have a soft landing and miss the point at which the landing took place. How do you define the soft landing such that a member of the public, a layperson, would understand that we have indeed had a soft landing?
So we really think about it in the terms I just discussed, which is we want to keep the economy growing, we want the labor market to remain strong. 3.7% unemployment is pretty near 50-year historical lows. And we want inflation to continue to move down closer and closer to that 2% objective. And we've made, quite good progress on that over just the past year. So we want to continue those conditions. And I don't want to put the label on it. Other people can do that. But I would just say we're using our tools to, keep a strong labor market and strong growth while, making further progress on getting inflation down to 2% for the benefit of the public. That's the economy that we're trying to achieve. And I think there's we're on a good path so far to be able to get there.
Well, I concur, but I would ask this as my last question. Will there be some announcement at some point that we've had a soft landing? Because we have people who are continually indicating that we're not having a soft landing, there's a possibility of a recession. So will there ever be some official statement that would give people some comfort?
I don't think by us, no. I think we're just going to keep our heads down and do our jobs and try to deliver what the public is expecting from us. We wouldn't be, declaring victory like that, but.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Sessions, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, welcome back. I think we enjoy this. I hope you do too. I know there's some bit of trepidation about all the things that are available to us and you to answer. I learned a long time ago on a campaign trail, every problem can be solved on a campaign. Reality's a little bit different. Welcome back despite all that. Looking at the Monetary Policy Report, March 1st, 2024. And as I review this, I would like to focus on the term that I would say, high prices are here to stay. Because what I've heard you say today in this report really go to is, you got everything under control, but we're going to keep the high prices. And I think the high prices really take a toll on the American people, as you're hearing from our colleagues, no matter whether they be Republican or Democrat. Page 7 of your report, you don't have to go focus on it, says, while current services, core service price inflation has been slowing, but remains elevated. It does. Labor costs, as you know, and energy costs are a driver to your monetary policy. The question that I have is, because you began referencing policy, 2 weeks ago or so, the president announced that he was going to slow down the gifting of opportunities in Texas for natural gas to be able to continue the exploration. And this in Texas is a $1 trillion problem to us, because if we do not constantly go find through these new finds, but also through the permitting process, we're in trouble. But we're also putting in trouble our contracts that we have with Germany and a lot of other countries. This is going to mean also that business in America continues to have high prices because, as you know, wages are already high and now energy is high. There's no resiliency to continue this and see the American people win. You talked about policy, so what's your advice to policy about energy and what this administration is doing on a policy perspective?
We have, broad, significant, important responsibilities, but we're really not responsible for energy policy, and we try to avoid commenting on.
But it has a huge impact on this report. It arbitrarily keeps prices high. It arbitrarily means that business is not, while they're making money, and while households, people do buy that, it's diminishing their long-term advantages to make progress. So you're just going to leave that alone?
Really not appropriate for us to comment. On if I'm commenting on energy policy, I should comment on everything. We have a mandate which is maximum employment and price stability. We take decisions by the legislature and by the administration as a given. We're not in charge of second guessing them. It's just not our job.
Okay, well, all right, let's say we're not going to second guess them. I will. I believe that the energy policies that this president and the Democratic Party have supported are causing a huge boom in prices staying high. They will not come down. A boom in attacking the energy industry, jobs that are associated with it, our foreign policy as it relates to contracts that we have signed with foreign countries, giving up the natural gas market almost entirely on a world market to Qatar. It has a huge impact on whether we are going to keep prices high or control these prices. It has a how many jobs get filled, whether we have jobs in place, whether we continue to have more jobs available than workers that are there, because over-regulation is having a lot to do with the nervousness, not only on this panel, but also by the American people. It would be my hope that you would pass some sort of a memo and tell them you have no opinion, but you want them to see what the impact is. I want to thank you for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Himes, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Chairman Powell, thanks for being with us today. I have a question, but I want to start by acknowledging, not celebrating, but acknowledging what has been a really remarkable soft landing in our economy. And I'm not celebrating because the American people, consumers, are still feeling the effects of high prices. Wages haven't caught up with prices in some instances. But I think that it would be fair to say that observers would never have predicted the conduct of this economy. You yourself said it in the final press conference of 2023 when you said a very high proportion of forecasters predicted very weak growth or a recession. Not only did that not happen, we actually had a very strong year. So I want to acknowledge that and acknowledge your commitment to independent monetary policy. And because I'm still burdened with this idea that truth and facts matter, I want to point out, especially having listened to my good friend Mr. Sessions talk about the energy market, truth and facts matter. We are producing more oil and natural gas today than any other country on the planet. We are the world's #1 energy producer. I could spend my entire 5 minutes sort of pointing out facts. The fact I want to point out here, and this comes right out of the report, is that the premise that inflation is Joe Biden's fault, is fiscal policy's fault, first is faulty because half the fiscal stimulus that occurred in the face of the pandemic happened under the previous president, Donald Trump, and it has faded. And this report makes the case. Core, and I quote from it, core goods prices have been declining as supply bottlenecks ease and import price inflation falls. So, Mr. Chairman, I don't want you to comment on that because it gets a little bit political, but I do think it's important that we keep some foot on the plane of facts. I do want to ask you a question, though, Mr. Chairman, because I always worry about risks that we see and risks that we don't see. And I want to use the remainder of my time to talk about a risk you're very conscious of, which is the overhang in the commercial real estate market. As you know, the Financial Stability Oversight Council identified commercial real estate as perhaps the most salient risk to the financial system, $6 trillion roughly in loans, half of that on bank balance sheets. In a 60 Minutes interview a few weeks ago, you characterized distress in the commercial real estate market as sizable but manageable. Do you still feel like that risk is manageable? Do you feel like you've got the visibility and the transparency and the tools to address it? It makes me nervous because this has echoes of 2008, 2009, when vacancy rates were declined relatively rapidly. We're not seeing that right now. So how do you feel? Does that risk continue to be manageable, and do you have the tools to manage it?
Yeah, I would say yes to that. I think it is manageable, and we've been working hard to management for some time now, really. And what it really is it's a lot of downtown real estate where there's too much office supply because of work from home, and also the kind of downtown retail that is no longer as profitable, and things like that are really at the heart of it. So what we've done is we've looked at banks that have significant concentrations and we've been in touch with them to make sure that they have a plan to deal with that. There will be losses by some banks. It isn't really the big banks, it's really medium and small-sized banks that have these higher concentrations. It's going to be with us as a problem we'll be working through, I think, for several years. And the idea is you've got to have enough capital, enough liquidity, and a plan to, take the losses that you're probably going to take. And so that's what we're doing. We're very active in this space with small, medium-sized.
So let me ask you about that. Sorry to interrupt, but let me ask you about that. Silicon Valley Bank, wild irresponsibility inside the bank, egregious irresponsibility on the part of corporate treasurers who put so much on deposit. The Fed also had some self-examination to do because the examiners and the supervisors of the bank, quite frankly, were not doing what they should have been. So we might be forgiven for being a bit skeptical of claims of being on this. What has changed in the context of Silicon Valley Bank that gives you the confidence that the supervisors and the examiners will be on top of this?
I see it with my own eyes, but frankly, there's a risk that we would overreact to something as significant as that. It's not like we wouldn't have reacted very, very strongly to what happened with Silicon Valley Bank, and we have. So I know that our supervisors are out there, and we're hearing back from media reports that we have been engaged with medium and small-sized banks principally on this. So I am confident that we're doing the right things there, and I do believe it's a manageable problem. If that changes, then I'll say so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Lukemeyer, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Powell, for being here today. I'd like to associate my remarks, or myself, with Mr. Hill's remarks earlier with regards to FDIC proposed long-term debt requirements that are based on risk weighting of assets. I think it's an ill-thought-out proposal, and hopefully your position on FSOC, you'll be able to advise them and hopefully guide them that this is going to be held up until we actually get a Basel III rule. In October 2023, the board issued a proposal to update the debit interchange fee cap and regulation II. This is very concerning, given the data from both the GAO and Fed's own studies show that Reg II has significantly harmed access to free checking and other banking services for the country's poorest citizens. Yesterday, I introduced the Secure Payments Act, which would prohibit final rulemaking until the Fed, among other things, studies the impact of the board's proposed rule, completes a quantitative impact analysis specifically as it relates to affordable banking services for low-income Americans, and reports those findings to Congress. I understand the Fed acted here because you feel you're facing litigation, but I urge the board to proceed with extreme caution with any type of price control proposals, especially since the first iteration was so clearly harmful. Chairman Powell, knowing of the hardship caused by this policy on low-income consumers, does it give you any pause to continue down this road?
As you know, this rule is out for comment. We extended the comment period to May 12, so we don't have all the comments yet. We'll evaluate them carefully and make an assessment. I mean, the law does assign us a specific job, which is to assess whether an interchange fee received by a large debit issuer for processing a debit card transaction is reasonable and proportional to issuer costs. This is the obligation that Congress has bestowed upon us, not something we thought we sought, but that's our obligation under the law, and we don't know what else to do than to keep doing it for as long as that's our assignment. That's all we think we're doing, but I think that the concerns that have been raised will be things that we...
Well, hopefully you'll study this and understand that from the previous types of rules along this line, they were very detrimental to a lot of low-income, middle-income folks. As you know, the price reductions that were promised during the Durbin Amendment, for instance, the added profits actually went to the largest retailers rather than go to the consumers as they were talked about. 98% was one of the studies that showed that the retailers kept all the money instead of lowering prices as they were telling us they were going to happen. So I'm very concerned about that. So what's the legal basis for updating your regulation? You've talked about it a little bit. You believe that there is something in the law that says that you need to be doing this updating all the time, or should you be studying it before you actually propose a rule and make all these things more appropriate?
Well, again, I think our reading of the law is that it's not something you do once and leave it there. It's supposed to be reasonable and proportionable to certain identified issue or costs. The implication being there, if those costs change, then this should change. So that's our reading. You know, I think we do a lot of work. We waited a long time to change it. It's been many years since we did change it, but we do quite a bit of work to make this assessment, and we'll review the comments and the data that we get.
One of the things I hope that you consider is the fact that even though it's supposed to be on $10 billion and up, stuff all rolls downhill, and as the last study showed, the smaller banks, the community banks, are also feeling effects of this. So be sure and consider that when you start talking and thinking about this. I appreciate that. You know, one of the things, yesterday I had two different foreign banker CEOs in my office, and one of them brought up the subject to me, which is very concerning with regards to artificial intelligence being able to impact financial institutions in this country and our banking system. And I tell people, I said, you know, think about this for a second. You know, you find some individual who is a well-known individual, perhaps Larry Kudlow, Dave Ramsey, Bloomberg, somebody who has got credibility, and suddenly you see an artificially produced advertisement or Facebook post, and this person says, look here, we've got 100 banks that have got a problem today. Now, that individual didn't do this. It's artificially produced. I've seen a commercial already with individual. You couldn't tell the difference between that individual and the real thing. We have just come through the Silicon Valley situation. And if you have real-time payments, FedNow, where you can instantaneously transfer money, and you have people scared to death by some well-known individual through an artificial intelligence situation, and I can tell you China is watching this like
Jerome Powell as he testifies before the U.S. House Financial Services Committee in Washington, D.C. Let's listen back.
Do you think there's some issues here we need to be taking a look at?
Yeah, I think we're very focused on AI, many government agencies and law enforcement agencies in particular. It's very challenging. You paint one picture, there are lots of pictures.
Gentleman's time has expired.
It's interesting because the foreign banks actually are watching this. Thank you.
We'll now go to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Chairman Powell, thank you for being with us this morning. It's always a delight to have you before us. Chair Powell, the February Congressional Budget Office report estimated that the U.S. economy will grow an estimated $7 trillion over the next decade, thanks to, in large part, to the surge in immigration, creating a larger labor force. Immigration also increases demand for goods and services. I know you mentioned in your report that that the growth sometime during COVID was held down due to some restrictions in COVID and restrictions on immigration. Can you detail how immigrants have been fueling our national growth, and did you consider this report from the CBO in this current report?
So I am very familiar with the CBO report. I've read the demographic projections and I've read the economic projections, so I do understand what they did. And
so you do agree with a $7 trillion growth in the next decade?
I have no judgment on that. I haven't tried to make a parallel assessment, but I'm familiar with the assessment. What they're doing is they're saying more people working, bigger economy, and it makes the economy bigger. It's just arithmetic. If you say that if you add a couple million people to an economy, and a percentage of them will work, then there will be more output, and that's what they're showing. I just want to be very, very clear, though, that we don't make immigration policy. We don't comment on immigration policy indirectly or directly.
No, well, I'm not asking you to do that, but, Mr. Chairman, I'm simply asking if you agree that the immigration surge has added to our strong labor force, which is necessary. I think you said that we expect a continued growth at a solid pace. So to be able to continue on a solid pace, then we need that labor force. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, so last year we got a big increase in workers, and it came from two sources. One was participation increased from people who were already here, and in addition, we got a significant increase in immigration, and many of those people take part in the working economy, and so there was a big increase in labor supply. That will have increased output. It will have made more people. It will have all kinds of economic effects. I'm just reporting the facts there.
Right.
I'm not going to say anything is needed for the future or good policy or indirectly or directly, but I mean, I think it's just reporting the facts to say that immigration and labor force participation both contributed to the very strong economic output growth that we had last year.
Right. Is it possible for the Fed to conduct a formal assessment into the positive impact immigrants have on our economy and report back to Congress?
Not really, no. I think that's a job for the CBO. We don't, that's precisely what the Congressional Budget Office does, not what we do.
All right, but the other question that you've not addressed is, did you consider the CBO's assessment that the growth in the next 10 years would be $7 trillion and about $1 trillion in added revenues? Was that considered in this report? Because that was the February report, and this, I believe, is through February 29th.
So I think that the answer to your question is 10-year growth projections by CBO don't have big implications, don't have any implications really for the current stance of monetary policy. But I will say that the immigration that we saw was a notable factor of the 2023 and 2024 economic outcomes. And of course, we're aware of that, and it plays a role in our thinking about appropriate policy and the path of the economy.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And related to that, I know that the last time that you were here, you and I talked about diversity and diversity and inclusion efforts, both at the Fed, and I applauded you and applauded the president for his appointment of Dr. Adriana Kubler. I expect to visit with her this week. What other strategies and programs are you using in the Fed, not only in here, but in all the branches to ensure that there is diversity and inclusion?
So in terms of intake of people, when we go to hire when the reserve banks go to hire a new president, those processes are very focused on having a diverse applicant pool, and you see the results of that more and more over the years. That happens. We don't have any role in appointments of governors, so that's not our job. The administration does that. In terms of, I'll just say internally, we're very focused on having an open and inclusive place to work. And also in hiring, we work hard to have diverse.
Gentlelady's time
Thank
is
you.
expired. The
Thank you, Mr.
gentleman from
Chairman.
Michigan, Mr. Heising, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Powell, good to see you in person. Mr. Chairman, I've got to make a comment here. It's stunning to me that equating an underground economy, which is very different and not a healthy alternative to the regular economy, and basing that on an illegal workforce that's not legally able to work, ultimately will fail. That is not a strategy to my colleagues on the other side. So just ask any farmer who's going to then have a regulator come in and fine them for employing people who are not legally allowed to be here in the country. That is one of their greatest fears. So that's just a fallacy of growth within this economy that is not sustainable. Chair Powell, last fall I sent Vice Chairman Barr a letter expressing my concern over the cumulative impact pending rulemakings governing products and services will have on consumers. This morning, there's been a fair amount of time spent on Basel III, but among the agencies, and here I'm including Fed, FDIC, OCC, CFPB, and the number of pending or final rules is frankly just staggering. Regulators last year finalized new rules for the Community Reinvestment Act. The Fed is also looking at Reg II, which in my opinion would unintentionally undermine recent significant progress in bringing low and moderate income consumers into the mainstream banking system. And just yesterday, the CFPB unveiled a rule that would cap late fees for banks. And I just literally walked out of a meeting with my credit unions who are very concerned about those things that may be in their future as well. So I think it's critical that we don't look at any of these rules in a vacuum, and we need to consider their total impact and full scope on that. So I'm going to ask you a question I've asked some of the other regulators. How much do you, as the Fed, and you personally, consult with other agencies on their own rulemaking agenda? Do you coordinate? Do you talk?
So I don't lead that area of our business, but I know there's a lot of talking. Coordination, I'm not sure there is coordination.
We're in government. There's always a lot of talking. I'm concerned about the coordinating. All right, well, let me ask you this way. When a rule is finalized under another regulator, are you mandated or have any kind of policy to go back and look at your other pending rules under your purview and see if changes need to be made because of these other agencies' rule makings?
There's no mandate like that. I think where it made sense to do that, though, we would do it.
But you genuinely have some sort of review of that. It's conscious.
I don't think there is a formal review.
Okay.
No.
I've heard repeatedly that elements of Basel III overlap with the Fed's annual stress tests. What are you going to do to address that overlap?
So we're in the middle of just at the beginning, actually, of deciding what to do about Basel III. And part of that may be the interaction with the stress test. So I haven't got anything for you on that today, but that's certainly an issue that presents itself.
We'd like to continue that conversation. I do want to touch on the bank failures of last year very quickly. Do you think that the banks that ultimately needed the government bailout lacked sufficient capital, or was it more of a management problem?
So with Silicon Valley Bank, it wasn't really, could they have used more capital? I mean, they were actually raising capital. It was a capital raise that they announced that triggered the run and everything. So you can argue that it needed more capital, but I wouldn't say that that was the proximate cause, really. It was a funding structure that was all about too much concentration of
well, many of us are, I'm asking the question because many of us are very concerned that those failures are being used as an excuse to raise capital standards across the board. And because the SEC just released its climate disclosure rule this morning, I'm going to touch on the climate-related question for you. FSOC, the FSOC chair has repeatedly stated that climate change is, quote, an existential threat. Presumably a threat that is existential affects banks and financial institutions of all sizes. Why then have FSOC member regulatory agencies, including the Fed, limited their guidance on climate-related risks only to large financial institutions? Why not everybody?
Well, it's a new thing, and we are not.
It's a heck of a new thing. Yes.
We're not climate change policymakers. It's this is
Either is
something
the
that needs to
SEC,
be
I might
handled
add.
by elected representatives, and so we're starting this very carefully with large institutions who are already doing it. By the way, the things that we're doing, they're doing this because to remain active internationally, they have to be doing it. So we started with them because they understand it. Imposing it on smaller banks, it's not something I'm for.
Gentleman's time has expired.
We'll be following up on the Taylor rule. So.
The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes. Ms. Tlaib.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Thank you, Chair Powell, for being here. Do you agree with the April Federal Reserve report that compensation incentives contributed to Silicon Valley's bank failure?
I'm sorry, did I didn't.
So the April Federal Reserve report, it said that compensation incentives contributed to the Silicon Valley Bank's failure. Do you agree with that?
I would say it's at best a tertiary factor, but it probably had something to do with it. For me, not a major.
So that's no?
That's very small.
Okay, so it did. Okay. So do you agree the appropriate rules on incentive compensation could have reduced the likelihood of Silicon Valley's failure? Maybe. If they didn't take all that money.
I really don't think so. I mean,
So if they didn't take all that money?
I don't think it's a first-order question for Silicon Valley. A lot went wrong there.
Yeah.
Incentive comp would be
They actually blame
way
you
down the
guys.
list.
They
Sorry.
blame the oversight, even though they didn't respond to your
That's part of it.
correspondences.
We took our medicine.
Yeah. Do you think it also has something to do with the fact that Section 956 of the Dodd-Frank rule hasn't been finalized by you?
No, I don't.
You don't think it's the reason?
I don't.
You don't think it's because people made money off of the failure?
I think nothing.
You don't think money drove them to do what they did?
I didn't say that. What I said, there are lots
So
of.
they made money from it. They actually, it was a lottery for them,
I do not
right?
think that incentive compensation arrangements were at the heart of the Silicon Valley Bank failure. No.
Okay. Do you support a robust rulemaking for executive compensation, Chairman?
I know that the.
Oh, you don't?
I'm sorry?
Oh, do you support robust rulemaking for executive compensation? Do you believe in Section 956?
Section 956 is the law. As I understand it, the agencies are looking at doing something. It's been 12 or 13 years, right?
Yeah, multiple
Nothing has
agencies.
happened.
Yeah.
It's been hard to get it done. I lived through the last episodes of trying to get it done.
So do you believe in a robust rulemaking
believe-
process for executive compensation?
I do, yeah.
Oh, great. Oh, that's awesome. Will you commit to helping finalize the Dodd-Frank section of 956 this year?
I wouldn't
It's been
say that.
12 years, Chairman.
Yeah, no, I want.
It played a role in the bank failure, Chairman.
If I can answer, what I would like to do is
So you don't want to do it this year? I mean, I'm being serious. You're saying no?
If the member will allow the witness to answer the question, we've had a good day today, and the gentleman's trying to answer the question.
I would like to understand the problem we're solving, and then I would like to see a proposal that addresses that problem.
Okay. Do you believe people should profit off of bank failure? The executives that made those decisions?
No, not the
They should not
executives.
profit.
Well, I would say executives who are responsible for a failed bank should not profit from the failure. Absolutely not.
So they get to walk away with compensation based on their failure?
Well, you're asking,
true,
you're
it
asking about a different rule that would have clawback and things like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's something I know you've been looking at for a while.
Yeah.
That's certainly an appropriate thing to look at.
Yeah, because it's just going to continue to happen, is my opinion. It doesn't have to be yours, but it sure the heck could have helped here if they knew they were going to walk away, if they could walk away with not the bonuses, the compensation. I mean, they made money, a significant amount of money for their bank failure. Last question, Chair Powell. Do you believe that the impacts of climate change pose a risk? Have you been talking about that more?
I certainly believe that climate change is real and poses risks over the longer term, sure.
So there have been some that say, higher interest rates actually makes it more difficult to build out the renewable energy projects and other investments required to prevent climate impacts. Do you believe that to be true?
It's not our. I believe that we need to do our job that you've assigned us, which is maximum employment and price stability, and we do it through interest rates. It's not our job to consider the effect on climate change of that, and I think any effect on climate change of that would be kind of minuscule.
Okay. Last question, Chair Powell. Who do you see as the major winners and losers from high interest rates in terms of income groups, age groups, and racial or other demographics?
So the point of high interest rates in the current environment is to bring inflation under control. The people who are hurt the most by inflation, as you know, are people who are on a fixed income, who right away are in trouble when the cost of transportation, food, energy, and when those things go up, they don't have financial resources to deal with it.
Have you looked
We're
at the-
accountable to provide price stability to the American people. Those people benefit the most over time from stable prices.
Gentlelady's time's expired. We'll go to the gentlelady from Missouri, Ms. Wagner, for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you, Chair Powell, for your service. I want to associate myself with the comments of my colleague, Mr.
Listening to Fed Chairman Jerome Powell testifying before the U.S. House Financial Services Committee in Washington, D.C.
And I do hope that the Fed is doing everything it can to ensure that the exposure that these banks have will continue to be, in your words, manageable, because this is a looming crisis out there, given the workplace changes and dynamics. Chair Powell, in remarks on Bloomberg, Larry Summers, former Treasury Secretary during the Obama administration, stated that, and I quote, "It would be much more productive for our central bank to be focused on the question of real estate portfolios in the banks they supervise than, quote, some of the more abstract and politically driven arguments about various kinds of capital charges on the largest banks." Do you agree, sir, that it would be more productive for Fed supervisors and regulators to keep their eye on the ball, in this case, commercial real estate and other real estate investments?
I absolutely think we need to keep our eye on the ball on commercial real estate, and I think we're doing that.
I hope so. According to your semi-annual report, the median of members on your Monetary Policy Committee estimate that your target overnight interest rate will average 4.1% in 2024. Does that mean that the median number of members anticipate that you will be cutting interest rates sometime this year by as much or more than a full percentage point?
No, it doesn't mean that. Actually, the summary of economic projection showed a median of, this is in the December FOMC, so this is now 3 months old, showed 3 rate cuts this year. So that would be 75 basis points, 3/4 of 1 percentage point. You were quoting the next year's number, so you would add that on. That was through 2025, I believe.
So are you anticipating that there would be more cuts here coming?
It's not, the way I would say it is, we're making economic projections. And so we write down a path of growth, what's happening in the labor market, what happens with inflation, and what goes with those forecasts is an appropriate monetary policy, appropriate interest rates. So we expect inflation to come down, the economy to keep growing, the labor market to remain strong. And if that's the case, it will be appropriate for interest rates to come down, significantly over the coming years.
Good.
What will really happen, though, it's not a plan. What will happen is actually what the economy needs. The economy will do something different from that, and that's what will actually happen.
Chairman Powell, 15 members of Congress, including myself, Ranking Member Sherman, Chairman Barr, and Ranking Member Foster, sent a letter to the prudential regulators regarding the impact that Basel will have on U.S. capital markets activities. The letter highlighted critical areas of our U.S. markets, including securities underwriting, securitization, and derivatives that will be severely impacted by the Basel proposal. This was also a common theme represented throughout the comment file on the Basel proposal, over 95% of them. Considering that 75% of financing in the U.S. is done through our capital markets, which are the deepest and most liquid in the world, why would the Fed continue to pursue this flawed proposal instead of re-proposing a rule that would not have such a drastic impact on the U.S. economy?
Well, in fact, the capital markets concerns you raised are among those that I raised myself in our open board meeting when we put this out for comment.
You said you wanted broad support, and obviously there is dissent among some of your governors, the FDIC, others. So how are we coming on this, and how are we we're working our way through the comments, and we're coming to the point where it'll be appropriate for us to begin to evaluate what changes are appropriate. I've said I think those changes will be broad and material, and that's where that is. But we haven't made any decisions yet. We just got the comments. In my role as chairman of the Capital Markets Subcommittee, I have seen SEC Chair Gensler push the envelope in terms of rules and regulations that go well beyond the congressional mandate, even encroaching on the jurisdiction of other financial regulators. What is the Fed's response to another agency encroaching on its jurisdiction?
We do not comment on other agencies' regulation. However, if they were actually, to take your hypothetical at face value, if they were to come into our jurisdiction.
Oh, it's more than a hypothetical.
And we would react.
Good. Well, I hope you do. I yield back.
Gentlelady from New York, Ms. Velasquez is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Right here.
Hi.
Hi. Thank you for being here, Chairman Powell. Property insurance rates are becoming prohibitively expensive or inaccessible for homeowners and developers in my community. The FSOC's annual report identifies property insurance rates as an increasing risk, and I recently raised this issue with Secretary Yellen. Is the Fed monitoring the rising cost of insurance and its impact on macroeconomic?
We are listening to Fed Chairman Jerome Powell testifying before the U.S. House Financial Services Committee. Seems like we have lost the audio feed, but not to worry, as we are here. So
The clock being frozen is out of respect for Ms. Velasquez, or out of good luck, I'm not sure.
The clock.
Well, we'll get staff to listen. We'll just suspend for a moment.
We need to invest in infrastructure for this committee.
Yes. Well, we're trying to do electronic voting, and
Not voting.
no, it's hard enough to just get the microphones to work. Madam Clerk, thank you. Thanks. So all the photographers have left, so the awkward photos for Trish will be less awkward.
All right, so again, looked like having some technical difficulties down in Washington, D.C., no surprise, but as they get their shop in order. We'll do a quick reset here and get a data check with Mr. John Tucker.
Yeah, and, after yesterday's sell-off, Paul, the major stock averages are higher, but right now off the best levels of the session. Jerome Powell is expected, reiterating the Federal Reserve no rush to cut interest rates. If there are any surprises, it should come up during this Q&A session that you're hearing with the House lawmakers. And for once, it's not our technical problem. It's actually in Congress. And I like Nydia Velasquez's comment there. We need to invest in infrastructure in the hearing room. Traders also weighing the latest labor market readings. Job openings remaining elevated in the month of January, so that suggests demand for workers is still strong. That's the JOLTS job opening labor turnover survey that we got at 10 o'clock. Available positions edging lower to 8.86 million. Among some of the individual stock movers, NVIDIA shares, they are higher, up 2.6% right now. And you also have Tesla shares, they're down about 2.4%. CrowdStrike Holdings, that surged earlier today. And right now up almost 11% on a bullish forecast if their earnings report. S&P 500 overall 38 points higher. That is up 0.8%. We're at 5117 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 0.6%. We're at 248 points higher. That's at 38,833. The Nasdaq 100 up 157 points. That is a rise of 0.9%. The 2-year yield 1 basis point lower, as we hear from Jerome Powell. That's at 4.54, and then the benchmark, the 10-year, that is right now 3 basis points lower. That's at 4.11. And we check the markets all the time right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash as we continue with the testimony before Congress, the semi-annual testimony of Jay Powell, the Fed chair. Alex and Paul.
Yeah, John Tucker, thank you so much. Just kind of watching the feed here, the auto feed. Apparently, they had some technical issues, it appears, with Fed Chairman Jay Powell's microphone, so they've switched them out. And I think he's back up and running. So let's head back on Washington, D.C. Fed Chairman Jay Powell testifying before the U.S. House Financial Services Committee.
Including property insurance, and it's been adding meaningfully to inflation. It's not something we have any control or authority over. Same is true of auto insurance. They're just insurance generally prices have gone up a lot.
So when we talk about the lack of affordability when it comes to housing, the insurance, the rising cost of insurance is an important factor that is affecting the availability of affordable housing in our communities. And I hope that there are some discussions among the Feds, because it is an increasing risk and it's going to have a direct impact on our economy. Chairman Powell, I know you spoke with Chairman McHenry a little bit on inflation and interest rates. Can you explain what evidence you're looking for before inflation has returned to 2% and interest rates can be cut?
Sure. So we're not looking for inflation to go all the way down to 2%. That's not what we're looking for. What we want is just more evidence that will give us more confidence that inflation is on a path down to 2% sustainably. So that will come in the form of good inflation readings, really. We want to see, just a bit more evidence so that we can be confident. We don't want to have a situation where it turns out that the 6 months of good inflation data we had last year, that didn't turn out to be an accurate signal of where underlying inflation is. So we're just being careful, and because the economy is so strong and the labor market's so strong, we think we can and should be careful as we approach that decision.
And when you say evidence, what evidence? If there's anything?
So just more, we'd like to see more good, relatively low inflation readings. We're not looking for better inflation readings than we've had. We're just looking for more of them. And what will happen is that as we go forward, the 12-month inflation will continue to drop because it'll be lower than early last year.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I would like to pick up on where Ms. Tlaib left off and reiterate the importance of the rulemaking on Section 56. This is an issue that I also raised with Vice Chair Barr, Chairman Grunberg, Acting Comptroller Sue, and I told them when they came before this committee that I will be asking for a status update on the rulemaking at every future hearing because it's well past time, 12, 13, 14 years. If you are employed in a company and you are given a task, I will think that you will be fired if you don't get it done, and it has taken 12 long years. So you are the chairman of the Fed. How is the Fed working with other agencies to propose the rule?
So there's a lot going on in regulation at the Fed right now. My understanding on 956 is that there have been discussions between the regulatory agencies, and I think it's not 3, I think it's more like 6 agencies that have to agree.
I know.
I have not seen a proposal. I think something is under consideration, but it's not something that's gotten to me yet.
I will ask the next time, and believe me, I'll be here.
Great.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, good to see you. You have said numerous times that the capital framework is about right and that banks are well capitalized. Do you still believe this?
I do.
Given that you believe that, and given the fact that the Basel III Endgame proposal dramatically increases capital requirements on banks, would a reproposal that implemented Basel III in a capital neutral way, could it do so without jeopardizing financial stability?
Could. I mean, hypothetically, yeah.
Okay. According to Latham and Watkins, 97% of the comment letters either opposed, called for a reproposal, or expressed substantial concerns about the Basel III Endgame proposal. And those negative comments came from across the ideological spectrum and from various interests. Without objection, I would ask the chair to include that report into the record. Without objection, I'd ask the chair to include that report.
Without objection.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, did you see that report?
I did.
Does that concern you, that 97% of the comments were negative?
So we didn't do our own count, so I can't make an assessment, but I would say it's unlike anything I've seen.
The Basel III comment period ended on the same day as the Fed's data collection on the proposal, which is an odd process since the data should have been collected far earlier, analyzed, and the results should have been available for the public to comment on before the comment period ended. Why did the Federal Reserve choose to do a quantitative impact study during the comment period for the proposal, foreclosing any ability by the public to comment on the results of the study?
Well, I mean, the movie's not over. We are where we are, and Vice Chair Barr did commit to putting the QIS out for comment. We will receive those comments, and those comments will be taken into consideration as we think about the path ahead.
Well, speaking of process, you've got your excellent general counsel right behind you there. And I don't want to get into privilege here, but have the lawyers at the Fed raised any process concerns or Administrative Procedure Act issues with the board?
Let me just say that we're committed to doing transparent and reasonable and data-based rulemaking in compliance with the Administrative Procedure Act.
Well, of course, giving the public the ability to comment on the quantitative data that has been provided obviously is consistent with good process. Sir, Governors Bowman and Waller, Vice Chair Hill, and Director McKernan all dissented on the proposal, and Vice Chair Jefferson expressed concerns with it during his statement. Under your tenure as chair, can you identify any other regulatory proposal which has elicited this much dissent?
No.
Have you in the past acknowledged in front of this committee that you will not move forward with proposals without consensus? Or you have acknowledged that in the past, and we appreciate that commitment to consensus. Have you achieved consensus yet on the Basel proposal?
Let me say I am confident that we will, but that's a process that as I mentioned, we're evaluating the comments. We're just coming to the place where we're going to start talking about the path ahead, and I am confident that we'll achieve very broad support on the board.
Mr. Chairman, do you agree that the heterogeneity and business model diversity within the banking sector contributes to system-wide financial stability?
I strongly do.
And do you agree that a concentrated business model in the banking sector would present a potentially systemic risk?
Potentially, yeah.
And this is one of my major concerns with the proposal, Mr. Chairman, because by de facto repealing regulatory tailoring, subjecting Category 3 and 4 regional banks to one-size-fits-all standards that currently only apply to large GSIBs, discouraging securitization, which is the private sector solution for dispersing risk, eliminating the use of internal risk models and transitioning the industry and regulators toward only a standardized framework, actually would push the industry into a smaller and more concentrated looking industry, and as a result would, in my view, actually increase systemic risk and decrease market competition. Do you share that concern?
I think it's a real concern. And again, I think that's part of what goes into my thinking, certainly about the proposal and where it needs to go.
Well, given all of these concerns, we hope that you can commit to reproposing the Basel III endgame, and we strongly urge you to take that into consideration. With that, Mr. Chairman, I
Gentleman from
appreciate your
Massachusetts,
time.
Mr. Lynch, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Welcome. Good to see you again. I want to go a little deeper into the commercial real estate issue and the potential impact on regional banks. This morning, Scott Rector, who's a member of the New York Fed Board of Directors, released a white paper on CNBC this morning describing the trillions of dollars in commercial real estate loans that will come due over the next couple of years. He described it as a, quote, slow-moving train wreck, close quote, and for our regional banks. He went on to predict that it will force a little over 500 banks, thereabouts, to either fail or consolidate. He also described what he termed as a doom loop where, similar to Silicon Valley Bank, when people lose confidence, when depositors lose confidence in the bank, they pull their money out and we end up in a bad situation. Now, I don't believe everything that I read or hear, but in Congress we do tend to repeat it. And I just wanted to get a sense from you. I am seeing in my own city of Boston, we've got 20% vacancy rates in office space. We rely on that for a lot of the tax revenues for the city. But I'm just wondering your thoughts on that issue. Is there a systemic concern here, or is this isolated? And might lowering the interest rates help some of those banks? Because I hear from my developers in our area that no one's lending. So, crack at it?
Sure. So I haven't seen that report, so I can't comment on it, but I can comment on commercial real estate. So we've had a secular change in the economy, which has left office rentals in many places, office buildings. The demand for them is significantly lower, at least temporarily and perhaps for a long time. And also the same is true for downtown, in some places, downtown retail that's associated with office workers. So it's a shock to the system, and we've known this for some time, and we've gone through the commercial banks in the United States, and so have the other regulators. We've done it jointly and identified the ones that have high concentration and are going to need to deal with that. And so we've been in contact with those banks and talking to them about how they're going to deal with this, how are they going to absorb these losses, do they have enough capital, do they have the liquidity, do they have a plan to do this, and is it consistent with their lending practices and that kind of thing. So it's going to be something we work through over a period of years. I do think it's slow moving. I think that part of it is right. You ask about 500 banks. I have no idea about that number. But certainly there would be some banks, probably smaller ones, that have these high concentrations. It's not the very large banks. It's really a manageable thing at the large banks. So I think that's what it's going to be, and it's a serious problem, and more serious in some locations and jurisdictions and with some banks than others. But it's one we'll be working through, and I think that's how I would think about it.
Does the Silicon Valley Bank situation, Signature, the money moves so quickly in those cases. It was instantaneous now. The velocity of money moving out of those banks really, I think, in some ways contributed to their failures. Are we looking at anything technologically that might be able to address some of that or mitigate it?
Sure. So we also, after Silicon Valley Bank, we got in contact with and worked with financial institutions that had high concentrations of uninsured deposits, and many of them have greatly improved their liquidity position. So that's the thing that we're working on. Okay. As you probably know, we're also working on some liquidity rules, which will strengthen our framework of liquidity rules. But that's something we haven't proposed yet.
Let me ask you something off topic. So we know that Russia has about $300 billion in U.S. We've frozen assets, Russian assets of about $300 billion between U.S. and European banks. You want to comment on that? What I'd like to see is us give that to Ukraine, to be honest with you. I know that's a very simplistic idea, but I'm just wondering if there's any historic example that we could look to if Congress has to take the necessary steps to redirect that money to Ukraine so they can feed their people and fight that war.
This whole area of sanctions and foreign assets and things like that is really controlled and directed by the administration, by the elected branch of government. All we are is just a technical seat around, in the back row to help. We don't make those decisions, and I wouldn't comment.
I know you're big on history. I was just wondering if there was any examples out there that we might provide guidance to us.
Gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, now recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for being here. When I'm back in my district in Texas, I'm constantly hearing concerns surrounding the fundamentally flawed Basel III. We've talked at length about that today, endgame proposal. These concerns are not only coming from my banking industry, but also from farmers, ranchers, small business owners who are concerned about how this proposal will impact the ability to access capital in the future. And to all of us, did it not raise alarms? And we've heard about the 97% today of public comments on this proposal, and they all came out negative. And Americans across all sectors are worried about the disastrous implications that will follow this proposal and have tried to make that known to banking regulators who continue to ignore them. It is time for federal regulators to take these concerns seriously and, quite frankly, just, I believe, start over. So I urge you and your colleagues to rethink the misguided policy and do what is best for American people, small business, Main Street America, and withdraw the Basel III proposal. Now, Chairman Powell, given the concerns raised by financial institutions, again, farmers, ranchers, et cetera, and other communities across the country, can you elaborate on how the Federal Reserve is responding to and addressing these comments that are mostly negative and request modification, delay, or complete withdrawal of the proposal of Basel?
Yes, I will. So we're in the process of reviewing the comments. They were quite voluminous. They were very detailed, a lot of data, a lot of analysis, and that's just what we wanted. So we've got those, and now it's a lot. It's hundreds of them, and we're going through them, and we're just at the point where we're about to begin then turning to the question of what changes should we make to the proposal. We haven't made any decisions. We haven't really gotten to that stage yet, but we're getting, remember, we only got the comments less than 2 months ago, so it's just we're at that stage. So we're looking at it. As I mentioned, my own view is that there will be material and broad changes to the proposal as we go forward, and we haven't really made decisions yet, though. It's just a little bit early for that.
We're glad you're looking at it. I want to bring up the long-term debt proposal rule, which would require banks to issue enough long-term debt to cover capital losses. Now, Congress worked to pass legislation.
You're listening live to Fed Chairman Jerome Powell as he testifies before the U.S. House Financial Services Committee in Washington, D.C. Let's listen.
For families and businesses in my district to have options to meet their lending needs. So the Fed's long-term debt proposal would undo any sort of regulatory tailoring and puts into place a new long-term debt issuance requirements on regional banks, which require these banks to issue long-term debt both at the parent holding company level and the IDI level. Now, these regional banks will face increased costs when they are already facing towering regulatory burdens from this administration, and those are the banks that people do business with. So, Mr. Chairman, do you believe that this proposal rule goes against the requirements of S2155, the Economic Growth, Regulatory Relief, and Consumer Protection Act, and will you commit to exploring this issue further with your colleagues?
So we're committed to implementing 2155. We believe that the regulatory and supervision, regulation and supervision of banks needs to reflect their size and activities, and that's something we'll be considering as we go forward with this.
Okay. Short time I got left. Americans continue to feel the pain from runaway inflation created by the Biden administration as everyday costs continue to stay expensive. As you know, I'm in the car business, and inflation is just running rampant in my industry. And the irresponsible and partisan American Rescue Plan forced through Congress by Democrats only made inflation more of a problem. And now American families and businesses have been forced to deal with runaway inflation for 3 full years now, which has caused some major hardships. So quickly, the ARPA injected nearly $2 trillion of deficit spending to our already struggling economy. And how does this type of inflated spending, combined with economic headwinds like supply chain shortages, impact the economy? And doesn't this kind of reckless spending actually fuel the pressures of inflation?
I think there are a lot of causes of the inflation we've seen. We saw this inflation everywhere in the world. So the reopening, really the reopening of the economy after, with very strong demand and constrained supply, you saw inflation in all the advanced economies. It was a little sharper here at the beginning. I think there's a role for monetary policy in that. There's a role for fiscal policy. There's a role for the pandemic, a starring role for the pandemic. Our job is to deal with it, and that's what we've been doing.
Well, thank you for always keeping small business in Main Street America in your calculations. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for recognizing in your opening statement the importance of immigrants in keeping costs down. And I want to thank you and the administration for what has been an excellent 2023 economic report. We've got 3.1% economic growth, by far the best in the developed world. Headline inflation, 2.4%. And that's not a little blip, a 1-month number. That's for the whole of 2023 and compares very favorably with the pre-pandemic portion of the Trump administration when we had inflation of 3.5%. My goal here is to convince you to cut more and sooner because for a number of reasons. The first is that I know, if you ask a constituent, they want zero inflation and zero unemployment. You know that we can't have that and have concluded that the economy works best with a 2% inflation rate target. But I've looked at the history of that 2% number. It seems to come from Auckland from the 1980s. And there's a lot of arguments that your target should be just a little bit higher. Larry Summers recently produced a study arguing that the cost of money is part of the cost of living. So we have this weird paradox where you're trying to keep the cost of groceries down by raising interest rates, but as the ranking member points out, the big issue is housing. And your measure of inflation seems to treat all Americans as renters, even though 2/3 are homeowners. And so when interest rates go up, that's an increase in the cost of living for anyone with an adjustable rate mortgage, anybody looking to buy a house, anybody with a home equity loan. Obviously, we would cut interest rates a little sooner and a little more if your target was something closer to 2.3%. So I'll ask you, is there substantial economic analysis that argues that your target rate and the economy would work better if we had a slightly higher target than 2%?
Not really, no. What's happened is, you pointed out New Zealand, but what's happened is that 2% has become the global standard. It's a pretty durable standard. I don't have any reason to think that it's a problem for the United States to get to 2% inflation. We're at 2.4% right now, headline inflation.
I would ask leave to add to the transcript of this hearing numerous articles that argue for something between 2.3 and even 3%. I'm not arguing for as high as 3%. Let's look at Basel. There's nothing free here. If the standards are too high, we lose economic growth. If they're too low, we have bailouts and bankruptcies, but I think everybody agrees that the standard should be well-crafted. You've got a system where everybody drafting this is well-dressed and focused on Wall Street, and you've got Basel rules that discriminate against Main Street and for Wall Street. I'll give you some examples. 65 basis, it's 65% if you're a publicly traded company and make a loan to a publicly traded company. You make a loan to CalPERS, they're not publicly traded, without objection, I'd like to put in their article into the record. And so they're, in effect, going to have a tougher time getting a loan. The local pizzeria is going to have a tougher time getting a loan. You've got, in Basel III, ignoring mortgage insurance, which obviously makes the loan more prudentially sound for the bank and is very necessary for first-time home buyers. And you've got a system where if you make investments in long-term bonds on Wall Street and you put them in the hold-to-maturity category, you don't have to recognize the losses and mark-to-market. So there, I hope you'll look at these in terms of the competition between Wayne Street and Wall Street for bank loans. Finally, we go to clean energy investment. Can I count on you to personally look at the paradox where Basel III treats clean energy tax credits much more harshly than low-income housing tax credits for no ascertainable reason?
Yes.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Loudermilk's recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Powell, thank you for being here today. I'm concerned with the small dollar credit for businesses. As a former business owner for over 20 years, I can attest that as the small dollar business credit becomes more expensive and less convenient, businesses are going to turn to credit cards and other alternative financing for business purchases. These inevitably result in even higher costs, which goes down to the consumer, which means that they're going to pay more for the services or the products. But in February of this year, total credit card debt reached a record of $1.7 trillion. According to Intuit's Small Business Index annual report, average monthly credit card balances were 27% higher in 2023 than they were in 2019. What do you view as the driving force behind these record high levels of credit card debt?
Part of it would be growth in the economy, so that'll be part of it, just that it's a bigger economy and a bigger number. I'm not sure what that is. You know, as you know, people had lots of extra cash during the pandemic from forced savings. They've spent that down, now they're borrowing. I'm not sure.
So, if there was a rule to force banks to tighten lending, do you think the rule would drive businesses and consumers to alternative forms of credit?
I do. I think, you know, if you raise lending costs for banks, then at the margin that will make non-bank lenders, right, you know, they'll get some of that business.
And if it becomes more complex or less convenient, then businesses will turn to these alternative forms like credit card. I can tell you that from experience.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, I've called for the withdrawal of the Basel III endgame proposal entirely. Will you commit to an analysis of how bank capital proposals like Basel affect small business credit access and the small dollar lending before finalizing such proposals?
I commit to that. Let me look into that. I don't want to make a commitment that I'll undertake some big study, but we'll look at the issue.
But do you feel it's important that we do have an understanding the effect it's going to have on small businesses? The backbone. It's the bloodline of our economy.
They create the jobs. That's right. I do agree. Yeah.
Okay. The chairman asked you for your thoughts on withdrawing or reproposing the Basel III endgame proposal. Have you specifically discussed withdrawing the proposal with Vice Chairman Michael Barr or the other governors?
So I don't want to get into our internal doings, but I will say that I understand it is a live option. Again, we're not at a stage of being able to even have that discussion yet because we've got to decide first what changes do we think are appropriate, and that'll take a little time. And then the question will be reproposal. What I said is when we get to that point, if a free proposal is the right thing to do, we're not going to hesitate at all. It's a perfectly live option.
All right. In the current environment we have in politics in this country, there's not a lot that you find bipartisan agreement on, but I think you could find some agreement in withdrawing that proposal. Can you explain the importance of broad consensus at the Fed on proposals like B3E? Are you concerned with recent trends of disagreement among board members related to major proposals?
So I think we're going to get to broad consensus at the Fed. I do. I think it's very important. This is been our culture that we try to find common ground, and we've been able to do that in the regulatory space, and I expect we will be here as well. And I'm committed to that.
Could it be that we're seeing this level of disagreement because of extreme measures that are being taken now that may not have been taken in the past? I mean, a total difference of opinion and understanding and philosophy regarding a free market economy.
I won't speculate, but I will point out that 4 of the 7 governors during the open board meeting at which we put it out for comment expressed real concerns, very specific concerns about the proposal, and said we would look at the comments when they came in, and that's what we're doing.
All right. Do you feel that they have validity in their concerns?
I was one of the 4, so yes.
All right. With the few seconds I have remaining, there's a recent report of FinCEN working with financial institutions to query legal purchases made by American citizens. Has the Federal Reserve been instructed within the past 3 years by Treasury or anyone else to search Americans' legal transactions?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay, thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Foster is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here.
Listening live to Fed Chairman Jerome Powell as he testifies before the U.S. House Financial Services Committee. Let's go back.
And separate from that, there remains a longer-term need for reconstruction assistance to Ukraine, which the World Bank estimates is somewhere north of $400 billion. Now, at the start of the Russian invasion, the free democracies of the world froze roughly $300 billion in Russian currency assets, primarily at European banks and financial institutions. And the Biden administration and many of our allies have recently taken the stance that those assets should be leveraged somehow to provide reconstruction resources to Ukraine. I support this concept, and I believe that additional action should be taken to ensure that we hold Russia accountable. But there are real concerns on the impact that this might have on central banking system, on the primacy of the dollar, the euro, and so on. And so my question is, have you seen just the act of freezing these assets, and not seizing them, but simply freezing them, have you seen deleterious effects on the primacy of the dollar, the confidence in the central banking system? Is there any visible downside from the act of freezing that's visible so far in the 2 years since we've done it?
I can't point to any. I can't point to any.
Okay, so that's an interesting observation when we think of taking the additional step of actually seizing them, that at least so far, because, to my mind, having them frozen is as violent as, and as violent as seizing them outright. And so that's interesting that so far we haven't seen that. Now, in terms of the Basel III and so on, there is there's a frustration I've had over the fact that directionally the effects of these are clear, but the magnitude of effects are not. For example, if you talk about the effect on the prices seen by derivative end users of increased capital requirement, directionally it's clear. If you raise capital requirements, banks will withdraw from these markets to some extent. Other players will step in partly and take up part of the slack, and the spreads will increase and so on. Is the data that you've collected enough for you to actually estimate the magnitude of these effects instead of simply the direction?
I think it's really hard to get down to the micro level and try to assess that, because you're right, there would be multiple effects. But you do know that you know the direction, you know what the sign is.
That's right, but if you can avoid financial crises with a microscopic increase in prices seen by end users, that's one thing. If it's a very large difference in the price. So that the magnitude matters a lot when you're doing these balancing things. And a lot of it depends on, actually, you need a model for how the different market players will react. And is that really not going to be in the scope of the analysis that you anticipate from the quantitative?
I believe we have done some work on that, and I think the banks and other participants have done work on that as well, and come up with a range of answers. But you know, this is I mean, there are just an awful lot of variables in these equations, so it's hard to say with any confidence. I mean, that's why it's hard to, the job of deciding the precise level of appropriate capital is a hard one.
Yeah. And now with, you know, with 10 years, we've had two major crises with both a fiscal and a monetary response. Are there the lessons that you can learn now that, you know, I believe, and it seems like your testimony indicates that we're kind of approaching back to normal now? And we've seen in the crisis of 15 years ago, we saw what many people thought was an inadequate fiscal response, that the fiscal response was, you know, less than half of the output gap. And we limited by political, you know, political will to do things. And then, of course, you were limited by the zero bound in what you could do for most of a decade, and we had a long recovery. And the comparison, you know, to the COVID recovery has been very sharp, and it's quite remarkably put us right back on that track. Are there any lessons that you've sort of drawn about the importance of the getting the right balance of fiscal and monetary response to these shocks?
So we think about that a lot, and I think I have to start by saying it's too soon to really tell, because the answers you would give today, the picture looks very different than what it looked like a year ago. And so, and a year from now, we'll be looking back going and saying, we've learned so much more. So I think the pandemic is still writing the story of our economy right now, and we should just be prepared to be surprised with the next chapter, as we were with 2023, the very strong growth, the sharp decline in inflation while the labor market remained very strong. Very few forecasters had that, but we can talk about it.
Gentleman's time has expired. We'll now go to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Powell, thank you for being here today and for your testimony. I'd like to start off, first of all, by completely echoing everything Congressman Barr said. A lot of us have talked about Basel III Endgame, and I think Congressman Barr kind of nailed the thought process. I do hope you'll kind of withdraw that and take the comments you've heard from here and from so many others about the hazards with the current approach. But I'd also like to address one of the other practices by the Federal Reserve, and it's the practice of paying interest on excess reserve balances held with the Fed accounts. It's my strong belief that rewarding banks with returns for taking no market risk actually harms our economy, and it discourages financial institutions from lending money into the economy. Instead, they park it at the Fed. This has little to no impact on very large corporations, but it can have a crippling impact on small and mid-market firms. And we especially saw this in the long recovery as Dodd-Frank was implemented in the Obama years, transition to the Trump years. We changed some of that mindset with a lot of other policies, but we saw a strong surging economy. So our country would pay a price for this market distortion by the Fed in two ways. First, they're unable to obtain loans at competitive rates because the money's sucked out of the market. Frankly, a lot of them don't even have access to lending except through bank capital. So it forces them into other forms of capital, equity capital, and others. Second, they ultimately pay higher rates whenever they have these alternative means of capital. And so today I've introduced a prohibition on the IOER Act, which would prohibit the Federal Reserve from paying interest on excess reserves. By eliminating IOER, we can begin to return our economy to the undistorted free market economy it's supposed to have. The alternative is you could simply raise requirements. We see some of those moral hazards when you do it across the board with approach like Basel. So what's your case for why you should keep paying interest on excess reserves?
Well, as you know, we don't see the downsides that you're talking about. You know, banks banks have a cost of funds and they have what they can earn, and that's what really matters is the spread.
And if they wanted to do it, they could simply buy treasuries on their own, and they could do that independently. I suppose they can independently keep it at the Fed, but they don't have to buy, they don't even have to put it on their own balance sheets in the same way. They've got immediate liquidity with the Fed overnight account. So I don't see how that's different than what they could already do.
What I was going to say was, banks can earn a much bigger spread by lending to corporates. So their incentive to lend is the same as it always was. This doesn't affect that. Really, it's they have a cost of funds and they have the ability to have reserves, but that's not going to. They're not earning a profit on that. So, or a big one. They can earn a much bigger profit by lending to small corporates.
Well, speaking of profit, I mean, the Federal Reserve isn't officially supposed to be a for-profit corporation, but you are supposed to pay for your operating costs off of positive cash flow. And right now, the Fed doesn't have positive cash flow. In fact, the Fed has negative cash flow. So it's not entirely unrelated that the Federal Reserve operated at a $114.3 billion loss in 2023 and currently is carrying a $133 billion loss on its balance sheet this year. So it's, not the right approach, I think, to be paying essentially that much out in excess reserves to banks that are holding capital in the Fed when they could be deploying it into the market. So right now, the interest you're paying banks and money market funds exceeds the income you're getting on the $7.6 trillion balance sheet assets that you have, to the tune of $133 billion asset. So, effectively, the Fed is operating at an operating loss. So, what's the path back to cash flow positivity for the Fed?
As you know, we've, for many years during the QE large balance sheet period, we've contributed way over $1 trillion in net earnings to the bank, which to the Treasury Department. So you can't look at the loss without mentioning that we've been giving effectively $100 billion a year in profits every year to the Treasury Department. So the other side of that is when we raise rates to do the job you've assigned us to get inflation under control, when we do that, we absorb paper losses. It has no effect on our operating, the way we operate the Fed. And if we retained all the earnings we have, then it wouldn't be a problem. But we don't do that. We give that money to Treasury.
Thank you. And I think the last thing is I just encourage you to halt any effort to develop a central bank digital currency. It doesn't need designed, developed, and it certainly doesn't need established. I yield.
The gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty is recognized for 5 minutes.
All right, we're listening to Fed Chairman Jerome Powell testifying before the U.S. House Financial Services Committee. Just kind of a little bit of a reset here with the S&P up 0.9%. The Dow Jones Industrials up 0.6%. The NASDAQ up 1.1%. We have some news on New York Community Bank. NYCB halted for volatility again. Stock down 23%. NYCB sinks, they're halted for volatility throughout the morning here. So we'll have to see. NYCB has contacted investment firms into a possible equity sale. That's according to the Wall Street Journal. So again, some news for NYCB. The stock trading lower here. We'll have further reporting on that right now. Let's head back to Washington, D.C. Fed Chairman Jerome Powell as he testifies before the U.S. House Financial Services Committee.
Also substantiated by the Federal Reserve of New York and Michigan surveys that I've read. It also talks about job gains and uses the word robust jobs. So I want to thank you for educating us on that. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like the record to show that all of this also resulted during the Biden-Harris administration of making sure. So often we hear in this committee and other committees about what the administration is not doing and what our economy and jobs look like. Now let me move on to something that's very dear to me, and want to thank our ranking member for bringing it up, and that's the lack of affordable housing, which is one of the primary things that I hear about when I'm back home. I'm on more panels to try to explain what you do, what we do, or oftentimes what we don't do and why we have this. While I know that interest rate hikes have successfully brought down the inflation, rising rates have also had an adverse effect on the cost and the pace of housing construction and costs. Are you concerned about the effects that interest rate hikes are having on the cost of financing new construction? And the second part, how do you expect to control for long-term housing inflation that might have a potential rate cuts, how it might affect that?
So our policy to bring inflation down is to raise interest rates, and that works through several channels. One of them is probably the most important, is interest-sensitive spending, and within that you have housing and durable goods and things like that. So, you know, during the early days of the pandemic, the housing industry was about to all go bankrupt, and all of the facilities that we did really supported that industry through their critical time. When we're going in the other direction, when we're raising rates, housing is definitely affected. We understand that. It's not something we want to have happen, just it is the reality that housing will slow a lot when you raise interest rates. We've done that, and we're doing it for the longer run benefit of the people we serve to restore price stability, which is beyond value for people to have price stability. We get it that in the near term, that's higher rates, that's fewer sales, people are locked into low rate mortgages, we get all that, but we got to do this because it'll benefit the country and people in the longer run.
And I have a great appreciation for that. But also when I go back home to the district, what I hear a lot from agencies and individuals who work with advocacy groups, that the effects of interest rate hikes are not borne equally to all American households. So we hear that, and there's no doubt that low-income and minority communities are hit the highest or the hardest by these monetary policy changes. Black households and business owners have historically faced challenges with home ownership and access to capital, and they're disproportionately impacted by the rate hikes. Does the Fed, do you have anything that you could help me with this dilemma and how we can better achieve economic goals in a more precise and equitable manner?
So I think it's working. You see inflation coming down, and that's why I do think it's likely at some time this year, if the economy, proceeds along the path we expect, that we will begin to reduce rates. So that's really the path that we're on, and I do hope it works out that way.
And when you say, I don't have a lot of time, but when you say economy, what does that mean? Helping poor people and black people get more jobs, more money?
So our forecast is for continued strong growth, continued strong labor market with wages going up and also with inflation coming down. So that kind of an economy.
Okay, my time is up. I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman McHenry and Ranking Member Waters, for holding this hearing, and thank you, Chair Powell, for being with us today. I'd like to start by discussing the Independent Automated Teller Machine Owners or Operators section of the Bank Secrecy Act Examination Manual. I want to ensure that financial institutions will not be discouraged from providing banking services to the independently owned ATM industry. In 2021, you made it clear that the industry does not automatically present a higher risk for illicit finance. I'd like to know what efforts have been made by the Federal Reserve to fully communicate that position to financial institutions across the country.
I will have to get back to you on that one.
All right. Thank you. Well, and so I might just add, listening to independent ATM operators over the time that I've served in Congress, I've come to understand that unfortunately, and it was in the Bank Examiner's Manual up until just about a couple years ago, these operators were identified as being extraordinarily risky, and that was causing them to be debanked in many cases. So I do hope that you'll take a look at that and make sure that we're communicating that to financial institutions and, most importantly, to the regulators. Chair Powell, Tennessee is home to over 1,000 foreign-based businesses that have chosen to invest in our state and create more than 160,000 jobs. These jobs are reliant upon cross-border financing provided by global banks, including foreign banking organizations. The Federal Reserve has long maintained the principles of national treatment and equality of competitive opportunity when regulating foreign banks and assessing them based on their U.S. operations. Are you still committed to these principles?
Yes.
And how will these principles be reflected as you move to finalize the Basel Endgame proposal?
So we have received a whole separate set of comments from the foreign banks, and we'll look at those, very much in that spirit and make appropriate changes.
Thank you. Chair Powell, the Basel III Endgame will incentivize firms to transfer credit risks off their balance sheets. One avenue for such a transfer is synthetic securitization, the framework of which must be approved by the Federal Reserve. However, it is my understanding that there is a substantial backlog of reviews and approvals of these securitization frameworks. It is concerning that the Federal Reserve is directing the risk transfer, yet also impeding it, in my view. Can you comment or can you commit to reviewing this approval process and taking steps to reduce the backlog of pending securitization applications?
So, as I understand it, these transactions are becoming popular right now. There's a lot of appetite to do them, and we're not stopping them. We're just being careful because there were similar things that happened about credit risk transfer during the global financial crisis that didn't actually work out. So we want to make sure that these structures really do actually durably transfer, and we think that they do, but we just need to be careful because the last experience with these was difficult back in the last crisis. So it's just something that we're not intending to slow these down, and I think we'll try to get through it.
Is it a lack of available resources to apply to the approval process, or is it an intentional slow walking to make sure that every I is dotted, every T crossed?
I don't actually know, but I do. What I heard was, what I've been told is, we're not stopping these, but we're going to be careful with them and just be absolutely careful that they really do transfer credit risk in a durable, kind of sustained way. And that's the thing. And I don't think it's an intention to go slow or to have a backlog. It's just, and so I don't know what the staffing issue is. We'll check.
All right, thank you. As the Federal Reserve continues to consider proposals designed and debated in Europe, such as Basel III, has the Federal Reserve Supervisory Climate Committee or the Financial Stability Committee had any discussions regarding the adoption of ESG risks in capital requirements?
I don't know.
Has there been any discussion in other committees regarding the adoption of ESG risks in capital requirements?
Any discussion? I really don't know. Let me say that's not something we're considering, but when you ask me any discussion, I don't know.
It's not a priority in capital requirements.
To put it mildly, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I see my time is running out. I appreciate your answers and any further light you can shed on those matters. I'd appreciate. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for being here today. I want to start just with following up on the exchange you had with Mr. Sherman. As I think you know, I led a letter with 106 of my colleagues with concerns about specifically the clean energy tax equity provisions in Basel. I appreciate your commitment to look at that. I wonder if I could just put a little bit of a sharper point on it. Can you look at that before the rule is finalized and potentially issue some sort of an addendum to the rule? The concern I have is the number of banks who are a little bit frozen right now, waiting for some clarity on that, and I'd prefer we not slow down the rate of clean energy investing in our country if we don't have to.
I don't know. I mean, I think there's a proposal, and we're well aware of the commentary, and we're going to react appropriately. I don't know that we can pull one thing out of line and deal with it. But we're making good progress, and I think we'll be back reasonably soon with some answers.
Okay, well, time is of the essence. Appreciate anything you can do. Second thing, good thing about going late here, you get to follow up. I want to follow up on your discussion with Congresswoman Garcia here. I really appreciated your comments in the 60 Minutes interview last month when you mentioned that immigration is a big part of the story of the labor market coming back into balance. Now, generally, and correct me if I'm wrong, more immigration is generally going to ease inflationary pressure. Is that all else equal? Is that a safe characterization?
It's probably closer to neutral, actually, because people come in, they also spend, so it's not clear that immigrants coming in, they add to GDP.
Okay, so either we're going to get economic growth and or downward pressure on wages.
More workers, so that wages might go up a little bit less, but at the same time, they're also spending. So we had this conversation It depends on what you assume, but I think it's better to just assume it's sort of broadly neutral from an inflation
Okay.
standpoint.
So I guess, and maybe you've answered the second question, but given as you all are using the Census Bureau data that is more conservative than the CBO data, and obviously we're all making estimates in the future, can you speak at all to whether your forward views on economic growth and inflation, how sensitive are they to your assumptions about that census versus CBO data on what the actual level of immigration is to the country right now?
I think the CBO assumptions are meaningfully higher and would affect growth and would be part of the explanation why growth was strong last year, and would be a reason to expect. I mean, it's not the main reason, but it would definitely add to growth this year. And I wouldn't say that we accept one version of the other. We study the CBO numbers carefully. We're just trying to get to the right answer. And but I mean, I think the CBO shows, and they say so, stronger growth, higher growth, more people. I don't know the per capita growth goes up, but the absolute level of growth goes up.
Okay. Last question. I think there's a lot of good news in the monetary report that you all just issued around wage growth. We've seen, the lower quartile of earners starting to close some of those historic gaps. We've seen minority groups and women start to close some of those gaps. What I didn't see, and I don't know if this is because you all haven't done it or I just didn't read closely enough, have you seen any gaps regionally within the U.S.? Are there parts of the country that are seeing stronger wage growth than others?
There are. I don't have that off the top of my head. I want to go back and if I can just, when I talked about immigration, I think that the immigration story for last year was part of the positive supply shock and was part of the reason why inflation came down. I was really asking the question over the longer run.
Fair enough.
And there, I think it's more of a be neutral.
I appreciate that. I want to just close on this regional piece because the Atlanta Fed, which is the best I could find that looks to do at least some of by census regions, that as I look through, there's and you look at which regions are consistently running above. I think that New England and the West are consistently showing wage increase above average. And the West, South, Central, Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana are consistently, I think going back to like July of 2022, consistently seeing wage growth below average. And I appreciate you're not going to wade into a political question here, but those are all right to work states where it's harder to unionize, where it's harder to organize. And what I'm wondering is, without asking you to opine on policy, have you all at the Fed done any analysis that says, as we look at when there are gains in labor productivity, does that gain in labor productivity, is it more likely to accrue to workers in those states where there's a stronger union presence, easier to organize, and more bargaining power for labor as opposed to capital?
My guess is there's plenty of research around that area, not necessarily at the Fed, but we'll take a look and come back to you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Now go to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Powell, for being here today. We continue to appreciate your work and the work of the Federal Reserve on behalf of the American people. In August of 2023, the Federal Reserve, FDIC, and OCC released the NPR requiring the issuance of long-term debt for Category 2, 3, and 4 banks. As you may know, I, along with many of my colleagues, authored a letter to each agency expressing concerns regarding the lack of tailoring in the proposal and shortcomings in estimating the actual cost of the proposed rules. I'm concerned that these shortfalls will negatively impact lending in my district, and when combined with the other ongoing regulatory proposals, could cause further consolidation of the banking industry. It appears that the Federal Reserve has primarily deferred to the FDIC concerning the proposal. Could you shed light on the Federal Reserve's role within the rulemaking process concerning the long-term debt proposal? And have you provided input regarding the proposal's interplay with Basel III Endgame?
I think we're one of the proposers of the rule, just like the other agencies are. And right now we're looking at the comments that we've gotten. That comment period, I believe, has closed. Yeah, and so we're very much in reading those comments as the law.
You're in the middle of it, fair to say.
are.
Okay, thank you. I'm concerned that the long-term debt proposal's lack of tailoring contradicts the statutory requirements of the Economic Growth, Regulatory Relief, and Consumer Protection Act. Instead of applying tailoring principles, this proposal creates Category 2, 3, and 4 financial institutions identically for the purposes of long-term debt issuances. Additionally, the proposal unduly burdens Category 2, 3, and 4 banks by requiring them to issue long-term debt at both the parent holding company and bank level, which actually could be viewed as reverse tailoring, considering GSIBs are only required to issue debt at the parent company level. What is the underlying rationale behind this dual requirement, particularly when such a mandate is not imposed on our largest banks? And do you believe that this represents a tailored approach as required by the statute?
So that tailoring question is one of the questions we'll be asking ourselves as part of our review of the comments.
Thank you. It's my understanding that Category 4 banks were not included in the original advance notice of proposed rulemaking for the long-term debt rule released in the fall of 2022. Is that your understanding as well?
I didn't catch that.
Did the advance notice that was released in the fall of 22 include Category 4 banks? It's my understanding that it did not.
I can't confirm that, to be honest.
Well, I think that's something that you should take into account because the Category 2 and 3 banks have had an additional year to foresee this challenge, and so Category 4 banks are really behind the 8 ball. And yeah, so I guess my next question is, do you believe regulatory agencies should provide smaller regional banks longer than the 3-year phase-in period to meet any final long-term debt requirements?
It's a good question. That's one of the comments we've gotten, and we'll be looking at that.
I just think if we're going to impose these new regulations, giving everyone the same opportunity to comply with them is something worth considering. I guess one final question. If these proposed regulatory changes had been in effect prior to the fall of SVB and Signature, do you believe the outcome would have been different? Because honestly, I don't think anything would have changed.
You know, it's a hypothetical. I'm tempted to say that if there had been more long-term debt there that was specifically there to absorb losses.
They were nowhere near being solvent. But I guess that's something I think y'all should take into account, whether if these proposed changes to our system that are designed to make it more resilient would have actually caused SVB and Signature to have a different outcome. Because again, it just seems that my colleagues across the aisle let no crisis go to waste, and these are changes that would not have in fact prevented the calamity that they are justifying the changes based on. Thank you for being here today, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Due to the Fed's aggressive interest rate hikes, mortgage rates have surpassed 7%, rising to 20-year highs, leaving many credit-worthy and mortgage-ready homebuyers without a path to home ownership. This is a problem for everyone. It's an urban issue, it's a suburban issue, it's a rural issue. Chairman Powell, I welcome the decision of the Fed to pause rates at the end of last year. But for families in my district and across the country, that is not enough. We need the Fed to start cutting because, like the rent, interest rates are too damn high. Chairman Powell, you've previously indicated that the Fed may cut rates this year. What would you expect the impact of lowering interest rates to be on the housing market specifically, including the rental, purchase, and construction market?
So we know that higher rates, of course, have slowed down the rate of activity. So if at such time as we start to lower interest rates, housing market will pick up broadly across new home construction and new home sales. The number, as you know, many households are in very low rate mortgages, and they really can't sell because they have to refinance into a high rate mortgage. That'll go away over time. So ideally, the housing market would go back into a more normal phase, but one with lower inflation in the broader economy.
Right, so just to further reiterate that, interest rate cuts would have a great benefit. Just yesterday, actually, I met with a number of representatives from state housing finance agencies from throughout the country, and they were talking about the barriers to affordable housing projects given the current interest rate environment. Obviously, higher interest rates have raised costs for affordable housing developers, and many of them have chosen to slow down or halt construction entirely. So fewer homes are being built, which means fewer people are being housed. So given that which you agree, so given that we already had a massive shortage of affordable housing supply prior to the pandemic, when interest rates were below 2%, the current rate, 5.5% rate, has been devastating. And the price of homes across the country have remained stubbornly high. It's clear The current state of our housing market is impacting everyone and disproportionately hurting those who need stability the most. Does this concern you?
So our job is to do price stability and maximum employment. We don't target the housing market. And we're doing our jobs. That's what we're doing. It's not something we want to see, but
does this impact on the housing market? But does it concern you, Chairman Powell?
Does it concern me?
Yes. Fewer homes are being built, so fewer people are being housed.
This is the job we've taken on.
All right. Well, it concerns me greatly. Chairman Powell, the Fed's interest rate hikes have not been sufficient in addressing housing inflation. Do you agree that we need a more robust fiscal response to increase the supply of affordable housing and to lower costs nationwide?
So we don't take opinions. We don't express opinions on things like that. I will say that there is a structural housing shortage in the United States, and that's really the longer run problem. The problem with high interest rates is a short run problem. The longer run problem is lack of supply.
Well, that's why it is critical that Congress pass legislation and appropriation bills that will make those necessary investments in housing for all. Given the way that Ranking Member Waters fought for a $150 billion investment in housing and Build Back Better, I know on this side of the aisle that my colleagues and I are ready and waiting for the Republican majority to take housing inflation seriously. Housing affordability is the #1 issue I'm hearing about from my constituents. Families in my district and throughout this country need relief now. I truly hope the Fed will listen to them and cut interest rates. Thank you. I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norm, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Powell. I think other people have noted about the crisis in the office building market across this country. That's a line of work we're in. I can tell you it's real. I can tell you the buildings that are effectively vacant, it's going to have an effect on the taxes paid. It's going to have an effect on rents. As far as affordability in housing, the rates are one thing, but my good friends on the other side of the aisle don't realize that housing has got over 200 components to it. One of the biggest is gas prices. And as long as we're buying gas from countries that hate America and don't manufacture our own, housing isn't coming down. I don't know how you define affordable anyway. It's going to continue a downward slide. And I'm from a state in South Carolina that people are moving in. And we're not going to have the housing starts that we should have because of the policies of the Biden administration, which is train wrecking this entire economy. On regulations, on Regulation 2, which is has the guardrails for credit card fees, how do you answer and I know the caps you're looking at adjusting that. How do you answer the charge that this is really should not be, you're getting in the way of banks charging fees according to what their costs are? How does the regulations affect that, particularly Regulation 2?
Is this a Fed regulation we're talking about, or is this a CFPB regulation?
No, this is, for my record, it's the Federal Reserve has finalized the routing restrictions and proposed tighter and adjusting the price caps that currently exist. Is that not right?
It doesn't ring a bell with me. It may well be right. I'm not familiar.
If you could look at that, I know all the credit unions and banks have got some concerns on that.
I will come back to you on that.
Okay, I appreciate it. Do you need a letter from us? Or
No, we'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you. CRA, for those of us who have been involved with banking for a long time, the regulations having a clear set of standards that we abide by and know where to put the money to. When should we have regulations out that we can read about what's going to be acceptable and what's not?
Sorry, I didn't get your question.
The regulations on the changes in regulations for CRA.
Right. What about it? I'm sorry, I missed your question.
When are the regulations going to be out that we'll know, the banks will know what's acceptable for CRA and what's not acceptable?
So the final rule, of course, is out. I think we're working on, there's a lot of work to do. The requirements don't really kick in, most of them for a couple of years at least. So I think we're working on the follow-up regulations.
Okay, that's really important for all the banks because they want to make sure they qualify and where the dollars are spent. They need to make sure that it's going at the right spot because the credits won't be applied unless that's it. The Fed now, where the Federal, I think, Reserve launched and is operating this now, how is the participation rate going with that?
Slow, real slow. It's early days. There are network effects. These things they go slow until they don't. And it was the same way with ACH. You may remember back in the day.
Right.
So we're at fewer than 500 banks are in there now. We're working away at it. We expect it'll take some time, but it's there, and we think it'll be beneficial. We had a lot of support from smaller banks to build it, as you know.
Is the pricing below cost?
I don't believe so, no, not longer run cost.
Okay. Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you for being here.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Horsford, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to thank the chairman and the ranking member for this hearing, and to you, Chair Powell, for appearing before the committee to discuss the recently published monetary policy report. As we continue our work on behalf of the American people, we have to keep in mind that our mission here is to grow the economy from the bottom up and the middle out. It seems as if there has been a constant series of shocks to the economy, both domestically and globally, and yet we can all see just how resilient the labor market has been as it has maintained its strength. With a robust gain of 353,000 jobs, the January numbers are a continuation of the trend that Democrats in Congress delivered through historic investments in our workforce, putting people over politics. In light of this relative economic strength, I really want to implore the Federal Reserve to take stock of the holistic economic picture before making decisions on monetary policy, and to pay particular attention to those communities that have been historically left behind during times of accelerated recovery. I want to add to the questions from my colleague, Congresswoman Presley, Chair Powell. At a time where it has become increasingly difficult for working people and people of color in particular to purchase a home, I worry that rising mortgage rates will put working families even further behind on accessing the wealth and equity that a home provides. So what actions, if any, is the Federal Reserve considering to better understand and to mitigate the impacts that your Basel III proposal may have on minority borrowers who disproportionately rely on high LTV mortgages due to the generational wealth gap that persist?
We've received comments, including many, on the mortgage changes, and we understand the concerns, and we're looking very carefully at that. Haven't made any decisions, but we will announce them when we have.
Are you concerned that these shifts in risk weights will reinforce the decade-long retreat of banks from the mortgage market and push more originations to non-bank institutions?
That's a question that people are raising, and it's something we take very seriously, and we'll be taking that into consideration as we decide about that change, that recommended change.
Could you discuss why you feel it is necessary to include new requirements around operational risk in Basel III in light of recent claims that it will significantly increase the cost of or prevent banks from offering altogether necessary services such as underwriting, investment advisory, or insurance?
That is one of the concerns that's been articulated about the proposed changes to operating risk. We take those concerns seriously. As I mentioned, we're in the middle of looking at these things, and then we'll soon, in the process of turning to the question of what changes to make.
Well, I just would underscore the sense of urgency, because the longer there's uncertainty in the market, it creates really negative effects to end users, which are all of our constituents who are looking to see these costs come down. Let me shift. This Congress, under the leadership of Ranking Member Waters and former CBC Chair Joyce Beatty, I've made it a focus of my efforts to educate my colleagues and the public at large on the far-reaching benefits of increased diversity in the workplace, in our boardrooms, and in society as a whole. Despite the efforts by some on the other side to take away the very tools of economic opportunity that create inclusive work environments and improve performance, there has been a really misguided assault on everything from diversity, equity, and inclusion to other programs following the aftermath of the Supreme Court's ruling on affirmative action. So Chairman Powell, as you know, your Office of Minority and Women Inclusion has a focus on this. So as we anticipate the upcoming release of your annual report on inclusion, would you be able to speak to the necessity of collecting this data that minority and women-owned businesses are included in the board's contracting and acquisition opportunities?
I do believe we collect that data and we monitor that very carefully.
And why is it important?
Well, I think diversity in the workplace is an important thing, and you won't know how you're doing unless you measure it.
And just as the McKinsey Institute released in their Diversity Matters Even More report, companies that have more diverse management teams actually outperform companies that don't. That goes to the bottom line of our economy, and I wish my colleagues on the other side would stop their assault on diversity, equity, and inclusion and actually work with us to grow the economy.
Gentleman's time
for
has
everyone.
expired. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stiles, now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, Chairman Powell. Appreciate it. You're navigating a difficult situation where we've had stimulative economic policies from the Biden administration, in particular, excessive government spending, investment in infrastructure, specific tax credits. At the same time, we're seeing a regulatory environment from the administration that's also restricting economic growth. We've heard a lot about the Basel III endgame, which you have a chair of. In your opening remarks, you noted that high interest rates are impacting business investment in a negative way. High interest rates are also negatively impacting the housing market. As we look at Basel III endgame, I've heard from a wide array of stakeholders, from those that are commenting on increase in bank capital standards, the negative impact that that would have on the housing market, as well as from the business community, the impact that that would have on their ability to invest in capital infrastructure and increase employment. Does the broad diversity of voices who hold concerns on the Basel III endgame concern you?
I would say that I've articulated concerns, and we're reading those comments, and we're very much in the process of assessing what we need to do to address them.
Thank you, and appreciate your time on that. Shifting gears slightly, as you may know, the Securities and Exchange Commission held an open meeting today to approve the final climate change rule. It's a significant regulation that I think would have a significant impact on the economy. Can you comment how the Fed thinks about the economic impact of this new regulation, or regulations more broadly, and in particular their impact on both inflation and on employment?
We don't comment on regulations of other agencies, sorry.
And you'll review that if it's put in place, or you'll review the economic impact as the empirical data comes forward?
We're not in the business of scoring, CBO does that. They'll look at this and make a careful assessment of the economic impacts and budgetary impacts and that kind of thing.
Thank you. I'll shift gears again. One of your two mandates is to maximize employment in addition to maintaining price stability. And as you know, government hiring has accounted for a large share of total job creation. More than 600,000 public sector jobs were created last year, and the federal government now employs nearly 3 million workers. So when you're examining employment data, how does the Fed view the impact of the public sector employment growth relative to private sector economic growth? In other words, how do the two data points factor into your assessment of how the broader economy is performing?
So the jobs are jobs, right? But I think we would tend to look at private sector jobs to get a better assessment. Private sector job creation is a better indicator of kind of the private sector momentum in the economy. But we look at both. They both count.
And does the dramatic increase in the private sector number of jobs give you any pause or concern as it relates to?
You mean in the public sector?
In the public sector. Sorry if I misspoke. Yes, the public sector.
The truth is the public sector was unable to hire at the beginning because wages went up a lot in the private sector at the beginning of the pandemic inflation, and public sector can't respond to that. So there's some catch-up hiring going on there now. Now that things are settling down to normal, I think there's some catch-up hiring. I'm not sure it's an issue we're concerned about.
Okay, I'll shift gears in my final minute just to talk a little bit, to get your perspective on the macroeconomic developments that are having an impact on our monetary policy. Specifically, as we think about the potential for a productivity boom, from AI to work at home to other factors. The data is probably too early to tell whether or not we're having a true productivity view, but how does the Fed view the adoption of some of these new technologies, in particular AI, as it relates to labor productivity?
So everyone's looking at AI for that question, and it's hard to say, actually. We've had really nice productivity in the last year or so, but it's probably still very much affected by the post-pandemic factors that we're seeing. I think we need to see more to understand whether there is a longer-term boom. AI certainly has the capacity to either augment labor or to replace labor, and that's a key question. We really don't know which of the two it will do. Tons of money being invested in it, and so it's likely to drive significant productivity. I would say right now technology, but also higher labor mobility. A lot of people quitting during the really tight labor market, and also the rise in startups. There were a lot of people started companies during the pandemic. Those are the kind of things that do add up to higher productivity over time. So there is hope that we'll see some productivity out of this.
Thanks for your comments today, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. We'll go to the last questioner of the day, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I have several questions about some of the most common complaints that I've heard about Basel III Endgame. I have an open mind on the subject, but I want to hear your response to some of the arguments that have been leveled against it. First, the Fed has repeatedly reassured the public that the banking system is well capitalized. Yet the Fed is advancing Basel III on the assumption that the banking system is undercapitalized. So the first question is, how do you reconcile the Fed's repeat assurances about a well-capitalized banking system with Basel III's assumption of an undercapitalized banking system? The second question, if the purpose of Basel III is to align U.S. banks with their banking peers elsewhere in the world, why is the Fed imposing requirements that are more stringent than those prescribed by Basel III? In other words, why is the Fed, quote unquote, gold plating? The third question is, how do you reconcile Basel III's recommendation for standardization with Congress's statutory requirement for tailoring? Standardization would seem to be in conflict or in tension with regulatory tailoring. And the fourth and final question, do you think that Basel III could have the unintended consequence of reinforcing the trend toward shadow banking, which would mean less regulation, not more? Is there a sense in which we are transferring risk from the regulated sector of the financial system to the deregulated sector? So I bombarded you with 4 questions, and I'll give you the time you need to answer them.
I'm going to have a hard time reading my handwriting here, but I'll start with yes to the fourth one. I'll give you that one because that is clearly a risk. We've seen intermediation activity moving out of the regulated system, and this has the risk of doing more of that. So what was, in a word or two, what was the one again?
Just you said, and you testified,
capital,
yes, repeat reassurances about the capitalization of the banking
So
system.
I addressed this in my remarks in the open board meeting. Higher capital is always going to add to safety and soundness, but there's a cost.
Right.
And so identifying the precise right level is very, very difficult. Hard to do it objectively. I've said for years in these rooms that I thought that the level of capital in the U.S. banking system was about right. So I posed, and I voted for all these increases during Dodd-Frank. So I think it's a very fair question. We'll be looking at that. The second one was
the concern about gold plating.
About
gold plating?
Oh, gold plating. Yeah, no, it is, and I said this in my public remarks that we're exceeding the minimums with this proposal, and we also exceeded what the other big jurisdictions are doing. And so that's a question. That's a good question. I'll agree.
Okay, great.
And the third?
And the third is, I think you more or less, and standardization versus tailoring.
Standardization of, it was something.
Yeah, so Congress passed a statute requiring regulatory tailoring.
No,
and do you think Basel III is in compliance with that statute?
I addressed that in my comments too. I think you're right. We do need to take on board the lessons of Silicon Valley Bank as it relates to the smaller, large banks, but we don't need to throw away the tailoring that's required by the law, but also that is appropriate if we're going to have a diverse banking system.
The collapse of SVB was largely a story about liquidity risk and interest rate risk, yet the focal points of Basel III are credit risk, market rate risk, and operational risk. What is your response to the criticism that the Fed should focus its energies on addressing the forms of risk that were responsible for the SVB bank failure rather than focusing on forms of risk that were largely unrelated to it?
So I agree with that, but I would say we are working on a package of liquidity measures which directly addresses the Silicon Valley Bank situation. We've also taken a lot of supervisory actions with other medium and small-sized banks that had a lot of uninsured deposits and a lot of real estate risk and things like that. So we've been doing quite a lot on the supervisory section that it doesn't require new rules.
And then finally, as you know, the crippling cost of housing accounts for a third of inflation. One of the most powerful tools for producing and preserving affordable housing is the low-income housing tax credit, which has financed nearly 4 million units of affordable housing. The banking system accounts for 85% of LIHTC investments, and there's a concern that Basel III, in its present form, would diminish the availability of LIHTC and the amount of affordable housing development. And so I'm just curious, is that on your radar, and is that something you're willing to examine?
Yes, it is.
So with that, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. That's the final questioning of the day. We committed to the chair that would be done with a hard stop by 1 p.m. It's nice when we can honor our commitments. So I'd like to thank Chair Powell for his testimony today. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days in which to submit additional written questions for the witness to the chair. The questions will be forwarded to the witness for his response. I ask you, Chair Powell, please respond as promptly as you possibly can. And with that, this hearing is adjourned.
Of course, is Fed Chair Jay Powell finishing up the first of 2 days of his semi-annual monetary policy testimony up on Capitol Hill. A very good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to an extended version of Bloomberg Business Week live on radio, TV, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals on this Fed Wednesday. A lot going on. I'm Carol Massar along with Tim Stenovic, and welcome everyone, because Wall Street, I think it's safe to say, Tim, breathing a bit of a sigh of relief, if you will, because it feels like we pretty much got the same message, a very similar one from Jay Powell that we got from the last FOMC meeting.
Yeah, I think that's true. A strong economy is going to keep officials on hold for now, though he does expect the Federal Reserve to cut rates this year. Meantime, Carol, as this was all happening, we were watching shares of New York Community Bank Corp because they were tumbling on a Wall Street Journal report that the bank is trying to raise equity capital. At one point, it was down as much as 47%. Shares now halted pending news.
All right, so that's all front and center on this Wednesday. We're also waiting in just a couple of minutes the beige book from the Federal Reserve, from those regional Fed banks. In the meantime, let's get an update on the trade. Let's head on over to Charlie Pellet with a check on that and your top business stories. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much indeed. Lots of moving parts to this market. We've got you covered right to the numbers now, with stocks in the green, very close to session highs right now on the S&P 500 index, up 41 at 5120. We're looking at a gain right now of 0.8%. Dow Industrials up 174 now, higher by 0.5%. The Nasdaq Composite Index up 157, a gain right now of 1%. 10-year yielding 4.09%, with a 2-year right now at 4.53%. Spot gold higher by 0.8%, 21,044 on gold. West Texas Intermediate Crude WTI now with an 80 handle. WTI up 2.4% right now, and Bitcoin 67,245, up by 6.2%. New York Community Bank Corp trying to raise equity capital to help restore confidence in the beleaguered company. That, according to the Wall Street Journal, citing sources. A trading halt on NYCB, down last trade by 42.4%. And finally, Deutsche Bank has cut the bonus pool at its investment banking division by more than 10% after a slump in deals and a slowdown in trading last year. Again, recapping, Powell speaks, stocks higher, S&P right now up 41. That is a gain of 0.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It is indeed. All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Carol Massar along with Tim Stenovic live here in our Bloomberg studio at Bloomberg headquarters. Obviously, the main event is what we just heard from Fed Chair Jay Powell up on Capitol Hill. Charlie breaking down some of those key points. The Fed Chair reiterated to lawmakers at the U.S. Central Bank, no rush to cut interest rates. Feel like, Tim, we got a little bit of everything, and the Fed Chair really pointing out the importance of not going too soon and also not going too late in terms of making moves to cut rates.
Yeah, here's what he said. We believe that our policy rate is likely at its peak for this tightening cycle. He repeated language used at his last press conference just at the end of January. He also repeated his claim from the January press conference that rate cuts are likely to be appropriate at some point this year. And, I think the market's reacting accordingly.
All right, so let's get to it with more on Chair Powell's comments and U.S. financial market reaction. Delighted to have with us Bloomberg News International Economics and Policy Correspondent Michael McKee. He's there in our D.C. bureau. He's been listening all morning. So too has Bloomberg News markets reporter Abigail Doolittle. She's here in our studio. And Mike, I want to start with you. It does feel like we understood the message at the last FOMC meeting, and I feel like we got a lot of that as well. But what for you, was there anything that was new, nuanced, a little bit different from the FOMC meeting? What is it that was so important in terms of what we got from the Fed chair today?
I appreciate your asking, Carol, but
Nothing?
amazing. I mean, this was the functional equivalent of Wall Street hoping for a new suit and getting hand-me-downs. It was the same old from the Fed chair. He really can't say anything else at this point. It was more explanatory than anything else, and it's a story that traders have heard now for some weeks from Chair Powell and many other members of the Open Market Committee. But what did stand out today, and what was maybe a little bit of a surprise, was how much bipartisan anger there was at the Basel III endgame bank regulations that the Fed is looking at right now. These grow out of an international effort to raise capital levels and regulation standards in banks around the world. The U.S. hasn't implemented it yet. They've put together a process for putting it in place, and they put it out for comment, and they've gotten a lot of negative comment from the banking industry, who have also sent comments, apparently, to their local representatives. We knew Republicans didn't like it, but today we really got an earful from some Democratic representatives as well. They think it's going to result in less lending to the banks from the banks in their districts. Their banks will be less profitable. In other words, the message from the representatives is this is bad for business, so it's bad for the economy. Jay Powell was receptive. He was one of 4 Fed members who originally said they had problems with the issue. He made that clear. He said that they are looking at it. They're still digesting all the comments. But as he said, what we could see is broad and deep changes in the regulations before they come out. And he went so far as to say that it is possible they would withdraw the proposal altogether. So the congressmen were heard today, at least on that issue.
Well, thank you very much, Mike, because you kind of opened the door to where we need to go with Abigail, because, yep, we want to talk about markets generally, but most importantly, what's going on with New York Community Bancorp, if we may, Abigail, because as the Fed chair, Jay Powell, was getting lots of detailed questions, as Mike said, on banking regulation, how to prevent another crisis, developing news on New York Community Bancorp, which is halted as we speak, but it was down as much as 47% before that halt.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible here. This beleaguered regional bank, the news just can't get worse. It just keeps getting worse and worse, it seems. And to your point, they are saying that they're trying to raise equity capital. That's been the big question with all the headlines that have come out recently in terms of they're talking about the poor oversight of loans, and then we had a couple of downgrades. One of the downgrades was key because it was a downgrade of basically a certain portion of their business to junk, and they suggested that if that happened, that they could see outflows. One thing they have not updated investors on through all of this are their deposits. So in February, deposits and liquidity was very helpful or healthy, but to not make that update through all of this, you could take it one way or the other, that it's either really bad, they don't want to share that, or they want to pull a rabbit out of the hat. So it's going to be interesting to see what comes on the other side of this.
Hey, Abigail, I want to broaden this out a little bit and just talk about the equity market reaction in general to what we heard from Jay Powell earlier. We do see stocks higher by 0.8%. The NASDAQ composite up by 1%, the Dow up by 0.5 percentage point. Any surprising moves from you after yesterday's sell-off, given what we heard from Powell?
Not really. I mean, the biggest surprise is actually Apple. It's down ever so slightly. I mean, it's not down a lot, but you would think that we'd start to have a snapback for that stock at some point, and some of the momentum indicators suggested that, given the fact that it is down about 14% from its peak. You would think that it would also be participating in this rally, but this rally is a nice snapback from yesterday. Sell-off, to your point, the S&P 500 up about 0.9%. Chips doing really well, up 3.2%. So a big rally there. I think very interesting to take a look at is bonds. We have yields down just a little bit. So this tells you, I mean, my take on this, on Fed Chair Powell's testimony so far, to Mike's point, nothing new here. But I think that there was probably a little bit of fear was, would Powell suggest that there would be no cuts this year? Now, if that had happened, I think we would have seen, yields spike sharply higher and stocks tumble. The fact that the worst case scenario didn't happen, we seem to have this relief rally. Does it mean it's going to continue? Not really, because yesterday put a little bit of near-term technical damage for stocks, but investors feel a little bit more sure of themselves today.
Our New York team also reporting that Treasury yields hit a new session low after that initial Wall Street Journal report about New York Community Bancorp looking to raise equity capital. We've also reported this story out, and I was looking at kind of the KRE regional bank ETF. It's down about 2%, and it looked like it took a dip as well on concerns. And I do wonder, when we think about the broader market, we always, Abigail, talk with you about the importance of the mega cap tech names in terms of momentum, whether it's Apple or some of the others, and you laid out some of the move to the upside that we've seen. How important is it to what we see in the financial sector broadly, in the regional bank sector, to the overall market trade?
Well, it's interesting to see the sympathy that we do see in the KRE. So the biggest decliner, not surprisingly, was NYCB before it was halted. I'm looking right now, only 3 members are up out of 140. So you have 137 banks down. But what's so interesting is, as I've dug into the commercial real, and it is trading again now,
NYCB.
Yeah, it's not. Sorry, I was looking at KRE. Got a little bit excited to see
we have a lot
moving.
of screens up right now,
yes,
everybody.
We have a lot of screens here. But as I've been digging into this, so of the 25 top regional banks, they have maybe 13-14% exposure to commercial real estate, and apparently they are well funded enough that there shouldn't be an issue. The smaller regional banks, they have roughly 44%, so there could be some other blowups. But I was talking to an expert yesterday, and he was saying it's not going to be the saving and loans crisis back in the 1990s. It's not going to be hundreds of banks. If anything, it's not even going to be dozens. He said maybe it would be a dozen. So the fact that you have this contagion trade here right now in terms of stocks down. Now, even though the bulk of them are down, the next biggest one to NYCB is down 5.9%, which is a sizable decline.
Right.
That's Southside Bank shares. But I guess what I'm saying is that the contagion may not be, it's headline contagion as opposed to actual fundamentals. A lot of folks don't think it's going to be as bad.
It's important to understand the fundamentals of each of these names.
I want to go back.
Exactly.
I want to go back to Mike McKee on this and stay on New York Community Bank, because there are some parts of this that are tied to the Fed and to regulators. Mike, just weigh in on this with your observations.
Well, it's interesting. Jay Powell was certainly asked about banks and commercial real estate, and he said it's going to be a problem that can be worked out. They're not particularly worried about it, but it's going to take years for all this to go through the system, and there will be losses. But he was not directly asked about NYCB, either because members of Congress didn't know what was happening today, or because they realized that the Fed does not regulate NYCB. It's the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency that is NYCB's regulator. And one of the interesting things, Abby was talking about the deposit base. Most of their deposit base is insured, so it's not like SVB was, where people felt like they were going to lose their money. And the other thing about their deposit base is that about a year ago they bought Flagstar Bank. They moved all their deposits into it, and apparently the deposits from Signature Bank, when they took that over, also went into Flagstar. Now, who knows that Flagstar is owned by NYCB, so the average person isn't rushing to pull their money out of Flagstar because they don't know the connection there.
Great point.
It sounds like the members of Congress got to get some terminals if they don't know that during the Fed
we'll
chair
have to ship them right down.
We did get.
If they're interested, I know where they can
call-outs.
Subscribe to the terminal. Okay,
I did
Mike?
thought I heard a few call-outs there, Mike.
Yes, I mean, more than I think any other news organization, to brag a little bit, but 2 or 3 times members cited stories from Bloomberg when they were prefacing their questions.
Abigail, let's broaden it out a little bit, too. I mean, as we continue to track the trade, after we've been concerned a lot, yesterday there was a lot of conversations about overvaluations and whether or not we were kind of maybe a new trend line and so on and so forth. We're going to go back to Mike in a moment because we've had a lot of economic news, and obviously Jay Powell covering a lot of the economic backdrop, if you will. Having said that, the trade, the momentum behind the groups that are moving to the upside, is it some momentum behind it?
So overall, the momentum for the markets is down. We've been talking about this for a while. The RSI, the momentum indicator, the last time we saw a high, it was last year. So all of these record highs that we've had recently, not today, but they've been made on less good momentum. And I think some of that does have to do with the Apple trade, the fact that that stock is in a correction. Now, relative to the breadth today, it's much better because we have we might even at this point, we have all 11 S&P 500 sectors higher. So it is broad-based from a volume standpoint. Let's see how excited investors are about this relief from Powell that it's not going to be a year of no cut. So it's a little bit above average. So it is somewhat healthy. I would say though, it's the consolidation that we saw yesterday for big tech, the worst day at one point going back to last year. It's healthy, so it wouldn't be a bad thing to see a little bit more.
And it was interesting because we saw buying into the close yesterday,
Yes.
which was really significant.
Yes.
Hey, Mike, back to you in terms of the economic backdrop. It's still, I think, back to the last FOMC meeting where Jay Powell several times in the press conference was like, folks, it's good out there, the U.S. economy. Do we get that message very strongly as well?
Ah, well, you put it that way. We got the message, but not very strongly. There wasn't a whole lot of focus on it. It was in his opening statement that job creation has been strong, inflation's been coming down. Overall, things look pretty good in the U.S. economy. Later in the hearing, he was asked about the possibility of recession, and he says there doesn't seem to be any indication that there's any short-term risk of recession in the U.S. economy. A couple of the Democrats used their time to talk about how good the economy was, maybe from a political stance, but the economy was not front and center today. Interesting, also not front and center was the stock market. You would think that maybe he would have gotten asked about asset prices being overvalued or something like that, and that didn't really come up either. Members were more concerned about things like whether the Fed is getting involved in climate change, the housing market, maybe the closest thing to the economic issues that were talked about, and basically all Powell could say is, yeah, well, we raised rates, but as rates come down, the housing market should loosen up.
All right, so having said that, we do also get a lot of economic data points. We have been over the last couple of weeks, some data today as well. JOLTS, always an important number to watch. We're going to have the Beige Book in about 45 minutes or so. Give us, remind us, Mike, about the backdrop that we continue to get in terms of some of the data points.
Well, that's the key thing. The Fed says it's going to be data dependent, and they're going to look at a broad range of indicators, including jobs. And we get the jobs report on Friday. It's expected to show a relatively strong job creation continued during the month of February. They'll be looking at average hourly earnings, wanting to see if there's an inflation problem there. And then next week, we get another CPI report. Seems like only yesterday, doesn't it?
It does.
We'll get a CPI report. They'll be looking at that, and then PPI, and we'll see where inflation is. The Fed meeting's the week after that, on the 20th. They've already said they're not going to move then. So then the focus turns to the May 1st meeting, and we'll see what the numbers add up to by then. But right now, it looks pretty good. The question is, does inflation keep going down? That's going to be the one major point to trade upon.
Hey, Mike, how does this set things up for Jay Powell tomorrow when he's in front of the Senate? Do we have any indication that the line of questioning will be similar, i.e. hear more about Basel III and questions about that?
I think that's what you'll get. Senate questioning tends to be more detailed, more specific, less political, and so probably some more questions about when they might cut interest rates. But then I would imagine a lot of people are going to be on both sides of the issue tomorrow in the Senate on banking, because you can bet Elizabeth Warren is going to let the chairman know they should be as tough as possible on the banks, because that's been her position. So we may get some interesting cross arguments from members of the committee tomorrow. May get more on climate change. That's also been an issue of how far is the Fed allowed to go in what it's doing on climate change. There was one question today about the Fed and its balance sheet, but it wasn't really about when they're going to start running it down. It was more about the Fed's losses. Jay Powell saying doesn't affect our operations. It's really just a bookkeeping exercise. So we might see more of that as well. I wonder if we'll see much more political posturing. We really didn't today, which is something you usually get from members of the House.
We did see some questions about housing affordability, Mike, which I found interesting, given that things aren't necessarily going the way that economists typically think they'll go when rates go higher. home prices should go down because mortgages become more expensive. That got thrown out the window over the last couple of years. What did you make of the line of questioning around housing affordability? Because as the point that you've made many times before is the idea with the Fed raising rates is things do get more expensive, so demand goes down.
Well, that's the problem here is we're in a different environment with housing than we've been in that anybody could remember because rates got so low. A lot of people out there, I think something like 40-50% have rates under 4%, and right now we're over 7%, so nobody wants to sell their house because they don't want to have to buy a more expensive mortgage. It was different if you were selling a 7% mortgage and you're looking at a 6 or an 8% mortgage. It's not that much different, but now it would be a huge difference in monthly payments, so everybody's just sitting there. There's no inventory on the market of existing homes. There aren't enough new homes being built, so the price goes up, simply supply and demand. They need to get interest rates down, mortgage rates down, then maybe pent-up demand to move will take over, and we'll see some additional inventory come on the market. But this may be a one-time significant jump in home prices that doesn't go away.
Hey, Mike, theoretically, at least, the Fed is not supposed to be looking at the stock market or stock prices, but one stock that's really tough to not watch is NVIDIA. And of course, for that AI play, a lot of people are thinking that AI is going to juice the economy in a massive, massive way, if not this year or a couple of years. How much did Fed Chair Jay Powell speak about AI and the possible influence on the economy?
Not very much. He was starting to get asked about it when the questioner ran out of time, and they really didn't come back to it all that much. The Fed's position is it seems to be something that will add to productivity, but we're going to have to watch it and make sure and see where the productivity comes from and what downrange impacts that has, who loses jobs, who gets jobs, that sort of thing. They're not really ready to comment on that. There was a big conference on Friday of Fed officials in New York City, and that was one of the major topics, but it didn't come up as much as you might have thought today on Capitol Hill.
Maybe tomorrow. One of the few people who aren't just talking about AI. Hey, Mike, just real quickly, 30 seconds. One thing that struck me is Fed Chair Jay Powell saying the pandemic's still writing the story of our economy right now, and we should be prepared to be surprised with the next chapter. A reminder that we still don't know how this all ends.
We don't. And if you keep up with some of the medical literature, the doctors are all warning it's still out there. There's still mutations, and we have to be careful. We've also changed our inventory systems, and the supply chains that we have been modified, but have they been modified enough for the next occurrence? Those are the kind of things the Fed has to worry about.
Yep, it's why we're data dependent and just kind of finding our way through. Hey guys, thank you so much. A lot of news, obviously, on this Wednesday. Great breakdown of Fed Chair Jay Powell, his testimony, first of 2 days, and of course the market reaction. Our thanks to our Bloomberg News international economics and policy correspondent Michael McKee in DC, and Bloomberg News markets reporter Abigail Doolittle right in studio. We're coming back in just a moment.